in the period that we are entering now, you see all of a sudden anti-Semitism just goes off the rails, and it goes into bizarre pathologies, which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. Ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Like, where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very conversant in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onward, and have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 21st century, believe it or not. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really beginning. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. Jews have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian Crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath, and Christians murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are able to get a foothold in Jerusalem and in Israel, and it goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several crusades, but what's especially relevant for us looking at Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many different peoples are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined troops associated with the nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take upon themselves some kind of real prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to Christian glory. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't use the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. And so from the horrible year 1096, and then repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, the Tri-Town on the Rhine River, also in Köln and many other places, where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these horrific stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews who see this as kind of like uh, a choice with no alternatives. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic lands when forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which Rashi, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized, and then later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question, really, of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish, and they are accepted back into the community, but there was, at any rate, a significant amount of debate at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of these turning points in Ashkenazi cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. Large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century in particular. Pope Innocent III, shown here actually leading a massacre of the Cathars, that was a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there was a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. As you can see here, this representation of a Jewish man and a woman, and they have the well. It is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus, may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But sometimes it's the tablets of the law, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation that comes much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David very heavily. But in this Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which was not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously had very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but now from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as servi camerae regis, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church begins to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. Now, how we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. It first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 1144 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who will prey on children. God forbid, should not happen to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are murdered, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered and they want to find a culprit. It is remarkably easy to blame the Jews and say, aha, the Jews did this. And the answer, well, why would the Jews do this? The answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the argument, basically, of the charge of ritual murder. From England, it spreads to the continent, and here you can see it throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands. It actually penetrates Sephardic lands as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was specifically charged against Jews. I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion, that devolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of this story, that not only do the Jews need to kill this Christian child, they need to drink its blood, drink the child's blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could only be resolved through Christian blood. That Jews were infertile, and this was a way of restoring Jewish fertility. That Jewish men menstruated, and they needed to replenish their iron by drinking this blood. Absolutely ridiculous, insane kind of assertions, but each one built upon each other in a conspiracy-like mentality, and it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. It was just simply, the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered. No body was ever found. No one ever reported a child missing. And the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. It was actually a horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If you move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I feel constrained to point out this is completely imaginary. This never happened. But nevertheless, the belief that it did happen was sufficient to cause these terrible riots, these show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, perpetrations of this idea right up until the 21st century. This is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist named Gasparo who actually, painted a scene based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I can possibly justify. So the blood libel just races through Europe from the 12th century onward and has a lasting hold on the popular imagination. Let us move to the next element, which is related to it, and that is the charge of post-desecration. Let's just recall in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually, there is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins and will receive penance and absolution. And at the end of that, they are allowed to participate in this ritual of communion, which involves the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer, like a little round cracker, could be a cube bread, like in some churches, and drink some wine. And this has significance, obviously, within Catholic practice. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents through the doctrine known as transubstantiation, the actual body of Jesus. And so the thought goes, and by the way, during the 14th century in particular, where you had the Eucharist controversy, Eucharist is another word for this thing called the host, which refers to the sacrament. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There's a certain amount of pushback. I'm not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the food actually was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically, but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the abuse of children, but do involve the abuse of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is very similar. Jews are rounded up. There will be a trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public burnings and massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of the host desecration from Passau, Germany. And you can see the story is laid out kind of like almost in a comic book form, which makes it kind of interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church, and you can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has at his side. In the second panel, he goes to the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the Ruel there, and he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel, and in the fourth panel, you can see that they are stabbing the host. You can see in the background, the artist is obviously unaware of Hebrew typography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on the two tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously, it is bleeding. The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument to begin with. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with those. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The rounded hat like that is also, with the kind of pointed top, is associated with Jews as part of the Fourth Lateran Council as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian, who originally was the accomplice who betrayed the host, this is a very common theme, is taken away. And then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, violence against Jews was something which was characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the host desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland. Also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who would see conspiracy afoot. Now, it's also important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? It's quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The higher levels of the church and the popes for most of these periods were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder charge. They saw no point to it. Jews, when there was rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees, instructing the population that it's not true. Jews do not drink Christian blood. Please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and, God forbid, kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade the this indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be in any way unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the popes. And they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy and the local population charging the Jews with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards the host desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host was the body of Jesus, and the host desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove, largely unsuccessfully, to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fomented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood libel, and then after it, the host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazi Jewry, particularly in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages, going into the 14th century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element, which proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards Eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which, as you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe, and results in phenomenal demographic devastation. Sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years, and cause tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews. We simply have no data to support that or even to deny it, but it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, the Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazic history. There's a discussion in the Talmud of a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. Even a dog that barks a lot is potentially hazardous to other people, and therefore you will be subject to liable for damages if your dog harms another person, even if they bark and frighten another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animals as pets, in particular cats. So the theory, which is kind of fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice, The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible for the plague, so therefore Jews were less likely to get the plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat cleaner. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed, hardly changed their clothes at all. Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So it's not that much cleaner. And washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. Washing with cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to contract bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge. I remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentrations in urban settings, which was more characteristic of Jewish patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and to catch the contagion because they simply have many more people to come into contact with in a given day. So that urban debt or that urban charge would suggest that Jews probably suffered more from the plague than others. There are some interesting studies of local activities. We do have some memoirs from doctors, Jewish doctors who were active in the plague, but they do not give us any real indication one or the other. At any rate, sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more anti-Semitic theories because one of the popular ideas was, well, it must be that Jews caused this plague. Some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the devil and they had received the help of lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison the waters of Europe. You see in this image here, there is a representation of a Jew standing on the left, and he's wearing some kind of like a turban, which is like the artist's impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern garb. There is the victim of a ritual murder on the cross there, and wounded, probably also of the blood libel, and using, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag he's about to drop into the well. The Jews were able to concoct some kind of recipe that would create the plague, and then he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the waters and poisons them. So, the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. So taken together, this rather nasty period of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from Ashkenaz is accelerated by numerous expulsions. As you can see in this map, there's a whole range of them. This includes, of course, the Great Expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century. But the expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration, and but nevertheless very much connected with arguments over debt load and things like that. You see the same kind of thing happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various human-hating activities. That's what misanthropy means, like or misanthropy, hating other people, and we see that expressed in the blood libel and the host desecration. Both of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, have a powerful hold on the imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions, which are related to panic over contagion related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic, the anti-Semitic, and various cultural popular movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a far less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into, 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. As they move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine, there they find not only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed, much like they were earlier, as serve camarae regis, as service of the royal chamber. They're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. I thank you very much for sticking with me through this difficult lecture. Let us begin right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Jewry. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Yeah, I hope you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert, because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial, and has actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold Pomeranke, who is one of the most important 18th century, 19th century, historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. He says that historians should really concentrate on, in his famous phrase, was ist eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened, and just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. And that's, a little bit more complicated than many would think, as von Branca would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who was known more for his discussion of ancient Israel and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. It's a very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions, a Weltanschauung, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. And then on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian Salo Whitmire-Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, who spoke about the present moment in particular for 20th century Jewish historians, and he criticized what had been known as or what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of tears. Now, there's definitely a lot to cry about in Jewish history. Most of Baron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we will discuss in a few lectures. And this is an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which, there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that Jews are extremely intellectually active, producing all of these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of lasting literary value and so on. This kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of Jewish history, but it is horribly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand a much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these three things together, if we try to understand process identity gewesen war in the 17th century, what actually happened in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, specifically with regard to the Ashkenazi Jews that are our subject of study for the series, if we understand that whatever we say today, whatever we research today, is, like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would Salo Baron say, or what would we Appian say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we fit that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as we, are still recovering orphans of as we're still recovering as orphans of that great tragedy. And in particular, if we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic elements that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, in which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas. They're digging slit trenches in Mariupol and places like that to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war, and we see no immediate end in sight, with several million, by the way, of those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are going to be quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict elected to remain in the capital, despite the multiple assassination attempts that were launched against him and the tremendous dangers to himself and his family. He chose to remain, and in many ways energized the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to behave in this manner to the present day. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is somewhat ironic when one tries to place his current rule within the lachrymose conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspectives of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of books and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Khmelnytsky uprising is one in which there was phenomenal violence visited on the Jewish minority in Ukraine. It is a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms and the terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Kozakia, the Cossacks, who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we'll see that it's considerably more complicated than the lachrymose model would offer. And that's really what I hope to drill in today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect, interestingly, I think, that, Zelensky, by the way, here is holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contested issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many other Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than within a Slavic Russian orbit specifically, or post-Soviet orbit. And look at the individual standing to his right, Ruslan Stefanchuk, who looks to me like, my image of a Kozak that I think a lot of people Jews would, I think, resonate that. He stands a full head taller than the Jewish President Zelensky, and he's quite a bit larger. And, that's kind of like my gut reaction to the history of the Kozakes, as we shall see. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the lachrymose position, Zelensky could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. The same thing happens with a prime minister who is Jewish and so on. I mean, how does this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion today. So here is the trigger warning, and then no more introductions. Let's go straight to the history. In the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Jews of Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation, and I've written a few other things. Traveled there many times to do research. I felt great sympathy for the civilians of Ukraine, and so I published a few videos on my website. And those were, thank God, very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews of Ukraine, which was my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really quite intense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that term in two senses. Bots in the sense that they're probably just automatic, negative comments because they say something somewhat positive about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased, because I saw a lot of people who were just completely sold on the ridiculous amount of Russian propaganda that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group that really bothered me was I received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply disturbed with the concept that there might be something redeeming, even partially, about the Ukrainian people. And they held on to what I would characterize really racist views, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good and they never do anything wrong, and all Ukrainians are the opposite. I was very sorry to hear that, and I even received some personal emails from people with whom I had had relationships for a very long time. And when I suggested that their views were actually racist, then I got such tremendous flack, and I think some friendships are irreparably damaged. But what we're going to look at today is a much more sophisticated period in which we will have to challenge that very rigid and self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also Poles and so on. History is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this and you are not prepared to have some of your presumptions challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. If you're on YouTube, type into the search bar cute puppy videos or kitten videos, and I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing. But if you are willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, please do. So let us go straight to the history. Sorry for that rather longish introduction. So as we discussed in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and they're settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move through the next 5 centuries, there's a rather large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drives them to the east. These pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under increasing challenge. There are religious pressures, or anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of the ridiculous blood libel that caused so much violence, the host desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. France expels the Jews several times in the 14th century, as we discussed. So there's like anti-Semitic pressures which are driving Jews out of the Rhineland. And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literally an invitation, I should say, an economic opportunity vacuum that opens up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that draws many Jews into new settlements there. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, and they will set up similar communities with charters and privileges and so on, as we discussed. But it is going to take on a somewhat different character economically, as we shall see. Here is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles that lasted for several hundred years. And as you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on this Commonwealth, there's a massive political entity stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea and encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled was in Poland and Lithuania and in parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine known as Right Bank Ukraine. The term Right Bank refers to the Dnipro River, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. And since it flows to the south, when you're watching it flow and you stand on the right-hand bank, that's why it's primarily Western Ukraine. How many Jews were living here on the eve of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, which was in 1648? The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that, is about 40,000 Jews living in the region. The most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is the work of Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. He's a senior scholar, very well respected. He's done a lot of work on Eastern Europe, and you may recall his name from our discussion of the Khazar hypothesis way back in the first lecture of this series. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stamfer's work, and you can see much more clearly the specific locations where many Jews inhabited Right Bank Ukraine. So what exactly is going on with the Jewish communities there, and what was the cause of the uprising and so on. Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development in right-flank Ukraine in a very, very positive manner, primarily an institution which they called the Council of Lands, the Vad Arba Arat, which essentially, if you recall our discussion a little while ago, of the remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was primitive by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was a huge leap forward, and it allowed the Jews, who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the Council of Lands was primarily with regards to economic activity. For example, things like protecting copyright, as trying to impose social legislation that would have beneficial economic implications. Like, for example, the Council of Lands had a lot of sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities. Like, if you have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many kinds of food. The idea being that since Jews are a gregarious people and there is a natural kind of human desire to outdo one another and make a bigger party, a bigger simcha than someone else, that would have deleterious impact on people's home finances. So they're trying to tamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were, for example, to be estranged from his wife but refuse to give her a get, a bill of divorce, which has tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The husband also cannot remarry, but there are loopholes that make it, it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If he moves from one town to another, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the town that he comes to that he should suffer ostracism and so on for what he failed to do or did in some other town. So the Council of Lands was actually a remarkable, almost a state within a state for this minority. Many historians, like Shimon Dubno in particular, looked at it as really a high point, as an ideal of Jewish self-government in the period. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable existence in the regions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, including Ukraine, so much so that they used to refer to the land of Poland, in Yiddish, Poland, as a place where they would rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Polim means here we will rest. Because finally, after the persecutions that they had endured in Western Europe, many Jews felt that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland writ large, meaning the entire region, including the Ukrainian area that was dominated by the Poles. And so for a certain period of time, some centuries really, Jews actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously. The Khmelnytsky rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for them, a period of phenomenal persecution and upheaval and disruption that would color their memory of Poland for centuries to come. Let's look at the economic status of Jews in the Council in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which would be extremely important for understanding the basis of the uprising. Here is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian krechma, an inn, which was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, for most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in the very rich farmlands, the black soil generation of the region. But Jews tended to live in the small villages where they tended to provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small money lending. We definitely were not nearly at the scope that we saw earlier in the medieval period in Ashkenaz. Lots of commerce, lots of small trade, like in spoons and forks and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was a certain popular demand was in the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population were basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic people. Religiously, they are predominantly Orthodox in rite, although to the west of Ukraine, a Uniate church was formed in which they kept the Orthodox rite, but they owed allegiance to the Pope in Rome, a Catholic hierarchy. This is particularly in the region of Halychina, Galicia, East Galicia in particular. Towns of Lviv, for example, are right in the heart of that Eastern Catholic region, whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox. This will actually play into our discussion here. They were, however, basically landed serfs, and they were literally owned in that capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away to the north, in Poland in particular. The Polish landlords would own these huge tracts of land called latifundia, and they would be the ones who would derive most of the profit from these lands. Now, the difficult aspect for the Poles was how do they manage these massive latifundia upon which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's where the Jews come in. So the Jews are migrating to this region, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen and Polish kings to be involved in various activities. Some of the earliest activities involved their role as minters, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. Some of the earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in Hebrew characters, referring to King Neshko and things like that. Rather remarkable, because the Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Western Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly literate, they were numerate, they tended to live in villages and towns, so they were engaged much more in kind of like information work and things that involved the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in actually dealing with agriculture, and much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to the Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish noblemen could tax that activity much more effectively. And they banned the production of moonshine, samahon, things like that, rather directing it through Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns, these inns, as you see in this particular picture here, where you have, very, typical types of activity. There's a Jew standing behind the bar who is, pouring a drink of vodka, and you have another Jew involved in music, also very classic Jewish occupation, and then you have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians are living primarily on these big latifundies. There is, of course, a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate and that is numerate and so on. It's a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are agrarianists, agriculturalists. The Jews are brought in not only to engage in propanatsia, as shown in this image, or as klezmer musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They're brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the noblemen. And this was done through a system called the arenga. The practitioners were called arrendators, and it's really basically something which is called in Western Europe tax farming, and it goes basically like this. You'll recall how we discussed this sort of feudal aspect of Jewish structure, of really social study and structure in general, that people were grouped into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box as well. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt with as a community. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields and in a technical sense the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the noblemen, and the nobleman will essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out in right bank Ukraine. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends. And so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zloty from my latifundia. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the kahal, the kahila, who would be negotiating with the nobleman, the porets. And the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory. You can collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my armed forces, but that's what you have to do. So the Jews would say, all right, fine, we'll negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of grain. But they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, traveling highways. They could impose taxes on hunting in particular regions, taxes on, collecting fruit in orchards, taxes on using the nobleman's flour mill, whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the nobleman would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. In some really notorious cases, which receive a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian in the Ukrainian folk songs called Dume, the Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. And that if a Ukrainian wanted to baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might need the church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish arrendator in order to release the key to the church. Now you can imagine that this must have been a very difficult system to exist under for all parties, really. For the Poles, who are, according to many accounts, living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle, where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris, they're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. This is just, I think, a reality of life that when you can charge more, you will. The Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews, who are the tax collectors essentially, have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to the nobleman. And by the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. The Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they can keep for themselves. So if the community, and this will involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming, if the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zloty, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The arenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland, but the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise, and a very difficult one it must have been. Shimon Dubno described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, which I think is a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, and the Jews are sitting in this very difficult situation. Now, what ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You can see here that his followers were the so-called Kozake, or Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks, or Kozake, to use the Ukrainian pronunciation, were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional lands and had migrated to places where they were out of reach of the Polish latifundia. Since they, as serfs, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their refusal to labor under this system was a type of rebellion, they were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of freebooting and banditry-like activities. Some of them were directed at the Turks nearby, who were engaged in child trafficking, or slavery was still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and then their sale on the market was something that was obviously hated by all, and the Kozake were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But they're also involved in attacks on the Polish nobility. Let us understand that the three principal enemies of the Kozake were the Polish noblemen far away in Poland, who were demanding so much of the peasantry, the Jews, who were their local representatives, their middlemen, and also the Catholics, specifically and in particular those Ukrainians in the Western region who had adopted this new Uniate Church affiliation to some degree under Polish pressure, who looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of weaning them away from that cultural orientation, which was antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating the entire population. And so what happened is this individual, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen, he gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhian Sich, which was one of the major locations where Kozakai were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against these Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right bank Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective, created their own state at the time. But of course, on the way, they are wreaking tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. This became what was known as, in Hebrew, the Gezerat Tach B'Tach, the decree of 1648-49, which was an absolutely horrific period of awful pogroms, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair, Yevhen Mitzulah, which was a highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on local Jewish populations, which are described in such emotive and powerful language. And this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will, look to this period as one of great devastation and great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly soft pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detailed, grisly descriptions of the violence, the heartrending, but he also, applies blame to the Jews who were engaged in exploitative economic practices, which Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian descent to begin with. And let us recall that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century. So they've been there largely living in peace for 200-300 years before this uprising occurred. There will be more of these uprisings in the future, including the 1768 Haidamach uprising, which was similar in nature, and the massacres in Uman, where Nachman of Rothschild would later choose to be buried because he wanted to be close to those Jews who were killed in similar uprisings. And it would become a trope in Ukrainian Jewish history of Ukrainian violence directed against Jews. But if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the pogroms with a tremendous amount of emotive value, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky? If you recall Salo Baron's depiction of the lachrymose view of Jewish history, particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th, 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating the demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal to actually figure out how many people were even living there to begin with. And later on, you see this 100,000 number, balloon to sometimes 150 and even 500,000 dead. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stamfer has clearly demonstrated, there were only 40,000 Jews living in right bank Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you could have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stamfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back fairly quickly. Tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short period of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stamfer emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews being killed, which he thinks is kind of an outside number, 50% of a population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas. And it's hard to even imagine half of a population being wiped out in this manner. But nevertheless, that's still only about 18 or 20,000 dead. Now, how can I even say only 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it, though, to contrast with the hyperbolic numbers of 100,000 or 250 or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-Semitic violence, largely of an economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocidal intent. So, if you recall my introductory words, this is a period in which, we definitely look Ukrainian anti-Semitism in the eye. This is a period of tremendous violence against Jews. But we also have to understand some of the economic background of that violence, and that's often difficult for historians of this period. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways, the issue of the Khmelnytsky uprising continues to reverberate in Ukrainian Jewish history. This is a 5 hivni note from contemporary Ukraine, and as you can see, it features Bogdan Khmelnytsky on it. And this should not be surprising for anyone who has even a passing familiarity with contemporary Ukrainian culture. Bogdan Khmelnytsky is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because, on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control and, for a brief time, actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by these freebooting cowboy-like individuals called the Kozaké, and so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major heroic image in the Ukrainian mind. Jews, of course, look at Bogdan Khmelnytsky with fear, trepidation, and revulsion. I remember in my first trip to Ukraine, when I first met someone who was dressed, and this happened in contemporary Ukraine, he was dressed in contemporary Ukrainian costume with the traditional walrus mustache and, the embroidered shirt and things like that. I felt real fear. I said, oh my gosh, a Cossack. But for Ukrainians, they look at a Cossack and they say, oh, that's our, Marlboro man. That's our hero. There is a clash of perspectives on this 18th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. Now, it's not uniform. But before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments in Kiev today is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he is famously pointing off, it's just behind his shoulder, famously pointing off to the north. And one of the reasons for this is because after a short while of independence, Bogdan Khmelnytsky decided to orient the Cossack state to Moscow. Rather than, creating a peace treaty with Poland and recreating something like either independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or even just a peace treaty with an independent Ukraine, he chose to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. And ultimately, that would degrade the independence of the Ukrainians to a dramatic degree in which they would be absorbed within the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Empire. By the way, here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not included because they were felt to be in poor taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some Jews and others, Poles, who were downtrodden literally by Khmelnytsky's horse. They felt that was just a little bit too graphic for the image. And you see it also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem. Here it is. It's got this interesting beginning. Ukraine. Ukraine is not yet dead, which may sound jarring to the Western ear. They translate here, nay, thou art not dead, Ukraine. A little bit of a kind of a poetic translation, so, but literally, Ukraine is not dead yet, is what it begins with. The Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even the Jews in Hatikva, we had Odlo Avda Tikvatenu, right? Our hope is not yet lost. So it's not an uncommon trope during the national uprising. But a look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukraine as Bratya, Kozakskoku Rodu. How they translate it? Okay, it literally is translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They translate here poetically as ourselves, proud Cossacks are. The literal translation is we're all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That seems so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the poem that inspired the national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I've shown here, there's actually another stanza that I didn't squeeze on. There's this lament. Oy Bogdane, Bogdane. Oh, Bogdan, Bodan, our great hetman. What for did you give Ukraine to the wretched Moscow? Why did you give us to Moscow? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century and later, including, some very, very harsh words from the great poet Taras Shevchenko regarding this decision of Khmelnytsky to orient Ukraine to Moscow. So it's a complex story altogether, from the perspective of Ukrainians, from the perspective of Jews, and from global perspective as we meditate upon this 17th century in the 21st. Thank you very much for your endurance. Have a good day. Let us continue our discussion of the history of the Jews of Ashken. By looking at a really important movement of the 17th century that had remarkable repercussions really for the next 200 years easily, and one might say even into the present day. Specifically speaking about the neo-messianic movement of Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here in this background image, and also to some degree of a successor movement of Jacob Frank that has some significant differences, but in many ways fused to the same path that Shabbatai Tzvi delineated. And just while we're on this image, have a look at the the shown upon him, the visage of Shabbatai Tzvi, and on the right you can see there are some strange sort of scratches. One of those words looks like the word Ezekiel, Chezkel. Hard to make out the rest of them. I think what happens quite often in the Christian iconography of the Shabbatai Tzvi movement, I'm going to show you several examples of this, where his story was actually big news for the entirety of Europe, really, in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have lots of examples of Christian publications talking about Shabbatai Tzvi because it was really quite a novel thing to suggest that the Jews had produced another Messiah and that he had gathered a large following, and so all of Europe really watched this with great interest. But let us try and understand first some of the intellectual, political, and technological background to this important movement that reverberated throughout the 17th century. I think the most important thing for us to start with is the dramatic rise in Kabbalistic study that occurred in the city of Tzfat in northern Israel, Sappho, northern Israel, in the 16th century, prior to the advent of Shabbatai Tzvi, to use perhaps the word advent inappropriately. There's, everything is connected. The great expulsion of Jews in 1492, and the subsequent slow emigration of Portuguese Jews after the forced conversion of 1497. This had a dramatic impact on all aspects of Jewish life in Europe, certainly on a demographic level, with the huge numbers of Jewish refugees fleeing the Iberian Peninsula and desperately seeking solace and refuge elsewhere in Europe and also in the New World. Ultimately, even where I'm sitting right now, New York City, with its great reserve of this population, is directly related to the refugees from the Iberian Peninsula. It also represented a huge religious upheaval, a split in the earth theologically for many Jews who regarded Spain as such a major important center of the Jewish diaspora, and to see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and other works that many Jews were convinced that the Messiah was right at hand, right in 1492. They convinced that something this devastating could not happen unless we were living the Ikvesa de Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah, meaning you can hear the footsteps of the Messiah approaching, that we're talking really about being on the cusp of a brand new era. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly this northern city of Tzfat in Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans, who controlled the land of Israel at the time, and they instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted Jewish merchants, particularly textile merchants, and it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of these refugees from the Iberian Peninsula, including the family of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, one of the early Kabbalists who ultimately settled here in Tzfat. There was also kind of like a specifically spiritual attraction to Tzfat as well, because the uh, the graves of many of the righteous individuals of the distant Talmudic past had been identified in the environs of Tzfat, and so many Jews moved there to be close to those holy sites. It's a little bit like what we talked about in the very first lecture, or perhaps there was a second, the centrality of a cemetery as being kind of like a centrifugal center where Jews are drawn to it, not centripetal center for Jewish migration. That's certainly true of the holy graves of Tzfat. And of course, once a lot of these Kabbalists in particular moved to Tzfat, creating cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone or blue painted stone, blue being a color associated with warding off the evil eye. Not quite the shade of the background behind me, but you sort of get the idea. These graves in turn also attracted tremendous pilgrims and so on. The men standing in front of the grave there of the famous Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ali Zal, the Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, but who had migrated to the area. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak, and also the composer, among other things, of the famous Yachad Dodi hymn that is read every Friday night in synagogue. And there are many, many other really important people buried here who are all associated with this remarkable explosion of activity that occurred in the 16th century in Tzfat. It ended fairly abruptly towards the end of that century. There were a series of earthquakes that do affect northern Israel from time to time. There was a cholera epidemic that laid waste to much of the population, and Tzfat, while always retaining its reputation as a great spiritual center and Kabbalistic center, never quite got to the same levels that it did in the early 16th century. Now, what was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities. By the way, I forgot to mention the greatest figure was the elderly Rabbi Yosef Karo, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Rabbi Yosef Karo, a tremendous Kabbalist himself, but principally known as the author of the great Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. As I mentioned to you when we were talking about religious history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, and he was also someone who fled the Iberian Peninsula to eventually seek his home in Tzfat. So, what are they doing? What's going on here? Well, one of the major energies of activity is the research of Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, and Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was especially famous because he was the first individual to produce what we could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, perforce very hidden, arcane, and buried in elusive language, and it's associated with a heavy reliance on deep oral tradition and so on. Really trying to follow some of the main Kabbalistic texts can be extremely difficult. Even if you are fluent in Aramaic, it can still be really hard to do. You've got to have a teacher there to walk you through it. One of the major contributions of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was he said, okay, let's explain all of this from A to Z, working from general to particular, and he produced a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality for Jews, like actual printing. That will become very important, and we're going to return to it in just a minute. And this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah, called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation even during his brief life, and he went on to create many other great works, including Tomer Devorah. One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Rimonim is this chart that I set up here, which is essentially a chart of what they call the spherot in Kabbalistic language, the spheres, which is sort of like a metaphor for how God communicates reality to the universe. To take just a moment to explain it, and then we're going, well, actually, I have to tell it, you can understand it, otherwise, you can't understand the rest of the lecture otherwise. The basic question that Kabbalah deals with and the Ramak explains is that how do you have an infinite being communicate existence to a finite universe? Right? How is it possible if God suffuses the entire world and has no limits, that we live in a world that has limits? How does the infinite and finite, how do they breach that formal abyss? So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, shrunk himself, a process called tzimtzum, shrinking, limited his influence over the universe, creating kind of like a vacuum of godness in the universe. These are very difficult concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk you through them as best I understand them. But God created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself, sort of like, I remember when I studied chemistry or biology in high school, like an amoeba, I imagine like a hole opening in an amoeba. That's not a very good metaphor, but it's what I'm working with in my mind. And then he slowly reinserted godliness into that vacuum through a multi-stage process, which we'll call the spherot. One of the most important metaphors is the idea of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. Like you've ever seen those kind of like dessert fountains at big weddings or something, where they have like the punch flowing out of a faucet, and it goes into one container, and then it overflows into the next containers, and then overflows into the last containers, and you can take a container for yourself to drink if you like. So that's kind of like the idea. The hot oil pours into one of these containers, called a keli, which is essentially a model for the spherot, and then it overflows into the next keli, into the next keli, and so on, until you get to our world at the bottom, which is the repository of all of these emanations. Another way to look at it is, you can't look at the sun with the unaided eye. It's dangerous. It burns out your retinas. But what you can do is you can take a mirror and look at the reflected light of the sun. And even that's kind of strong. So you might set up a second mirror where you would look at the second mirror, which reflects the first mirror, which reflects the light of the sun. And if you add up 10 mirrors like that, that would be like a model of the spherot that all represent a slight diminution. Each time it goes through the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiant energy of the sun, until finally in the 10th mirror, you can actually look at the sun's light unaided. Now, why I'm explaining this to you is I gave you kind of like the Ramak's depiction, but the Arizal's depiction, this was his student. The Arizal traveled to Tzfat from Egypt to study with the Ramak, and they only studied together for less than a year before the Ramak passed away. The Arizal, who also only lived a very short lifetime, managed a tremendous amount of teachings, which were then propagated by his great student, Rabbi Chaim Vital. And the Arizal had a rather different take on how the Ramak described the Sfirot. The Arizal writes that the oil, the hot oil, as it enters the kalim, overpowered each of those kalim because it was simply too hot, too intense, and each of those kalim, those containers, shattered. So, as it were, in the Arizal's conception, the oil came into the first keli, and then it exploded, and the mixture of oil and the destroyed keli fell into the next one, and then it shattered as well. And this happened all the way down until finally you get to the 10th keli, and the heat of the oil is sufficiently reduced, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels, that it's able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine known as Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. And in the Lurianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and freeing the trapped sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil, the radiance of God uh, that are buried within the physical universe. One of the most important aspects of the Arizal's approach, which is going to directly connect us to Shabtai Tzvi, don't worry, is that the Arizal injected a tremendous note of urgency into the role of Jews in the world. That Jews are tasked with this crucial activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prisons, and as these sparks, as it were, fly upward, we get closer to the moment where the Messiah can be truly revealed, and we enter into an entirely different period of history altogether. The Kalim and the model of the Sfirot, as the Ramak presented it, was much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation, but the Arizals added a verb to it, say an imperative. Get out there and start doing this. The Arizal's Kabbalah proved to be far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the Hasidic movement that we will discuss, God willing, tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit around studying things. You've got to get out there and be active in the world, because that is the task of the Jew. Now, this body of ideas, which were circulated initially in the late 1500s, really the second half of the 1500s, with the advent of publication, began to make their way throughout the entire Mediterranean basin and into Europe as a whole. And it is in this context of the increasing popularity of the thought of the Arizal, particularly through the work of scholars like the Shalom, the great Rabbi Levi Horowitz, and his very important publication, Shnei Likot Habrit, the two tablets of the law that became great currency. Jews were like energized by this, and the Sabbatean movement was one of the kind of bizarre offshoots that was directly intellectually related to this new note of urgency sounded by the Arizal. So what's the basic story? So Shabtai Tzvi is shown here in a rather interesting German depiction on horseback. He was an individual of great potential as a young man. He was very highly regarded. He was suggested for many different marriage prospects with important people, important young women. And he showed great talent, not only as someone who could lead prayers. He apparently had a very beautiful voice, very charismatic, good-looking, tall, those kinds of attributes, and also quite learned, quite adept in the Kabbalistic study. He ultimately got involved in the group of ideas that, in the end, suggested to him that he was, in fact, the Messiah. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography viewed his delusion of grandeur as a type of criminal activity, that he had intentionally, wickedly deluded the large number of followers that he garnered throughout Europe. More modern scholarship, in particular, since the work of Gershom Scholem has been widely circulated, he was one of the principal biographies of Shabtai Tzvi within the movement of Kabbalah as a whole. There's been the growth of a more sympathetic view to Shabtai Tzvi, understanding him as someone who was subject to some kind of mental illness, perhaps something like bipolar disorder, because he would have like these manic phases which we call illuminations, and then he would have these depressive phases as well. I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't speak to these things, but he definitely was somewhat eccentric, to put it mildly. So let's look at the political context and the technological context, and we're going to look at his life and activity in particular. The political context should be broadly familiar with us now that we just spent an hour in the last lecture looking at the Khmelnytsky Rebellion. This is a period of tremendous political upheaval, according to Dr. Stamfer, possibly 50% of the Jewish population of Ukraine was destroyed by the Cossacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than earlier, rather inflated estimates, maybe 18,000 or 20,000 people. A huge tragedy, but nowhere near the scale of what some other historians have opined without sufficient research. But nevertheless, losing half of the population is an incredible devastation. A large number of displaced populations were dispersed through Europe. Glickle of Hameln, the famous memoirist that we mentioned several weeks ago, what actually describes how her family, like many others in Germany, took in refugees from these upheavals in the middle of the 17th century. And Shabtai Tzvi's main activity really occurred in 2 decades following the this tremendous ethnic upheaval in the 17th century that had such havoc wreaked on the Jewish world. But let us not forget the really important element of publication, which is something that the Jews, once they discovered it, they really loved it. Jews had been publishing from the very early period of print. In fact, there are some possibility that it was actually Jews in Provençal who even invented movable type, which was a key element in the technology necessary of efficient printing. But although that particular thread had not been completely developed, we do know that by the late 15th century, Jews were already publishing many titles, including the Talmud. And in the 16th century, in Venice in particular, publishing just exploded for Jews. Jews rushed to it, and because it was great, right? It meant that all of a sudden, all of these works which had previously only existed in manuscript and could only be copied laboriously and expensively by professional scribes, and then they were very fragile, easy to lose, and if they were seized by the church, as happened several times, they could easily be burnt and hard to replace. But with publication, with printing, all of a sudden the price drops out the bottom, that no longer are we talking about, like, these contemporary terms. A Torah scroll, I think, costs about $50,000 to produce because of all the man hours that go into actually writing the scroll out. Whereas you can go to a Judaica bookstore and buy the same information for $10, $15. I mean, it's a tiny fraction of the overall cost, and Jews love that, being able to read so much more. So over the next few centuries, Jews become passionate purchasers of books. They really become the al-kitab, the people of the book at that point. Previously, before that, they were the people of the scroll, I guess, the people of the manuscript. And works like this one here, the Shnei L'Chot HaBrit, become extremely popular. And ideas circulate with accelerating rapidity throughout the 17th century and onward. This also has tremendous impact on the democratization of knowledge. Once information be distributed at a much lower cost, it becomes accessible both in terms of an expanded range of classes of people, but also to women as well. Women who, were typically much more literate than non-Jews historically, but generally not as literate as their menfolk. They typically would be literate in the vernacular, like Yiddish, but less so in the language of the state, and less so in the religious languages of Hebrew or Aramaic. Only very exceptional women could make out more than, let's say, perhaps the prayer book. In fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, it was very common to have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue and repeating the Torah reading, or if there was a sermon in Hebrew or something like that, repeating it to the less educated women who had no access to Hebrew whatsoever. So with printing, all of a sudden you begin to open up the possibility of, hey, we can afford to teach this stuff to our daughters as well, and that will play a great role in Shabbatai Tzvi's movement, which was actually very, very sensitive to both printing and to women, as we shall see. So what exactly happened with the movement? So the basic story is that you have this individual, Shabtai. He's born in Smyrna. Here's a quick map where you can see where he wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He begins in his late teens to experience these emotionally unstable moments, where, as I mentioned, he describes periods of great euphoria, followed later by some depressive episodes. And although he is very highly regarded as a youth, he begins a period of wandering. And while he is engaged in these wanderings, and he's also quite an educated young man, studying Kabbalah, very conversant with Kabbalistic ideas, he ultimately runs into an individual known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabbatai Tzvi, not only his side, but also his main propagandist, his publicist, who ultimately would reveal his friend as the Messiah, as the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews. And amazingly, this idea gained tremendous popularity, and certainly opine as to the basis for this. You can certainly point to the desperation that Jews felt after the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising. You can point also to the influence of the Arizal. Certainly Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal teachings have been revealed to the world, another century has passed and now it's actually coming to fruition. You can point to the rapid change in society that's happening all over Europe. Non-Jewish society in particular is going through many changes in the 17th century, and this all comes together, and Shabbatai Tzvi actually attains a significant following, sometimes among very well-respected figures in Cairo and in Jerusalem, and he eventually drops eggs on further by Nathan of Gaza. He believes it all the more himself, proclaiming himself as Messiah, making all kinds of interesting proclamations about his life and so on. He goes through several phases as his, let's say, dementia grows and grows. He engages in ever more bizarre activities. For example, claiming that he can levitate, claiming that he has the power of Pitzot Haderech, right? The shrinking of distances, his ability to transport himself or teleport himself from place to place. You can see a woodcut that's labeled Shabbatai Tzvi, the false Messiah, and attributes to him some of the many activities that he's engaged in. He also engages in a heavy antinomian campaign that we're going to have to explore right now. Here is one of the prayer books that were composed by his followers associated with his new teachings, essentially the teachings of Shabbatai Tzvi. Well, the first is the notion of messianism, that he has come to present the end of history and the beginning of a totally new era. That messianism precipitated by an adherence to antinomianism, which literally means opposing lawfulness, right? Nomos meaning like law in Greek, and antinomos. And when it was kind of like moderate, his antinomianism was expressed in things like the nullification of fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9th of Av, which occurs usually in the late summer, that corresponds to the destruction of the temples in Jewish thought and the exile of the Jews. But in Jewish thought, that fast day will be transformed into a day of gladness and feasting in the era of the Messiah. And so Shabbat, okay, that's it. 9th of Av is now a feast day. So for his followers, this was great, although it was a very radical kind of thing for those who were less positively inclined to his teaching. Other antinomian activities were considerably stranger. Like, for example, his insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to. He used an axe to break down the door on the Sabbath, a clear transgression of the Sabbath. Once present in the synagogue, he essentially took over functions, would call up women to the Bima for an Aliyah, which was another aspect of his thought. He was extremely egalitarian. He really looked to women as a great source of his movement, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity, but many of the things which he proposed were later actually adopted by more liberal movements in 19th and 20th century, in particular Judaism. He would, speaking of women, he was actually married several times. It's quite likely that the first two weddings were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about, her level of promiscuity prior to reading Shabtai Tzvi. This actually appealed to him because there is, of course, a couple of prophetic characters who marry women of similar repute in the Bible. She was actually an orphan from the Khmelnytsky rebellion itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He Torah scroll. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the Torah scroll, however holy, as the bride. But you get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly, inflated because of their salacious nature. Widespread activity, especially among his followers, was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Their doctrine in Kabbalah, if you think back to some of the kind of bizarrities in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in order to have relations with her father-in-law in the book of Genesis, a chapter, I think it's 37, that's usually skipped over in kids' classes and things like that. And this idea that even for, or on a lesser level, Rebecca, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So difficult discussion theologically, but his followers definitely picked up on this idea of Avera Lishma and used it principally to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which was perhaps one of the more popular elements of Sabbateanism. It was certainly one of the elements that came into wider circulation when people talked about Sabbateanism, saying, you know what they do, things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding him. He was open to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would like to take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was, okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly. And he would demand that people use the newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old-style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his mania increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting, and egged on by people like Nate Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, he decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel be turned over to him as the Jewish Messiah, and then he will initiate the Messianic age. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the Hostess creation of Passover, sort of tells the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabbatai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic period, of Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there blowing the trumpet, here comes the Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him, but he lays out his case, and the Sultan says to him, that's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shapsi? Is that okay? I have a counteroffer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I kind of like it. But I will allow you to remain alive if you agree to accept Islam. That is, you may, leave my presence and authority unscathed as long as you become a Muslim. And to the great dismay of his followers, Shabbatai accepts the offer, and he converts to Islam, and his thousands of followers, a lot of debate over exactly large, certainly from all across Europe, they are crestfallen because he has abandoned Judaism, and the whole reason they were following is because they felt he was the culmination of Judaism. Here is him being taken away by soldiers to be redressed in Ottoman service and so on. Here is his wife, who joins in his Islamic version, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially, actually a great book written by Adam Laport Alsi, Women and Sabbatinism. But I note that she was early a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. She looked a lot like Queen Amidala of Star Wars. I can really think so. There's certainly a connection between Sarah B, as it were, and Queen Amidala. Okay, but sorry about that. So it ends up happening. The movement falls apart. The vast majority of his followers are kind of like limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, their properties, and they have to start over again. But there is a sea of his followers who double. And this is a phenomenon where times when people are in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that sometimes when people believe passionately in thing, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as diet, rather than acceding to logic and saying, wow, I was wrong, sort of regroup, some people will actually, and they'll create a new kind of false mentality to affirm their earlier choice. In the case of some of the, okay, wait a second, Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not his conversion to, it means that he must all convert to Islam, Semitic faith. Yeah, that's it. So many of his followers elect convert to Islam along with, and they constitute a coherent community that lasted into the 20th century called the Din. This is one of them in Thessaloniki, and they actually had a strong, and there's a noted presence of them in 20th century Turkish politics, for example. Quite fascinating. There are also relations of Neo-Zionism throughout Europe. I wanted to mention the end of Tzvi's personal story is that after his initial conversion to Islam, he still had the mental issues. Unfortunately, it continued to plague him. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conversion and with a lot of the things he had said, and he proved a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out Messianic authorities. He was people, okay, you can be king of Africa, and you can be the vizier of things like that. And it was creating a disruption among Jews in general. So ultimately, he was, among the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. So I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure, but I leave that to you if you want to read the work of Gershom Scholem and many others. Neo-Sabbateanism persists not just with the Dilma who actually converted to Christianity. Were actual followers of Shabtai who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their ism secretly because they realized how to be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. One of the most notorious was the attack on Yonasan Ivashutz of Altona, and he fell under criticism from Yaakov Emden, who used Rabbi Ivashutz invoking Sabbath teachings in his Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of like an industry that the Ashkenazi Jews engaged in, Sephardic Jews. It's really a universal thing of small amulets are prayers for health and healing and for sustenance, marriage, kinds of things like that. Long-standing tradition, Judaism, Talmudic era, and further before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Ivashutz and said he's definitely a Sabbatean. And so people lined up on either side. Who was a favorite rabbi that they would defend, and a rather major controversy in the 18th century. So the case of a great, well-known figure, the fantastic Ramchal, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most well known as the author of Mesilat Yesharim, a phenomenal ethical treatise that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I heard once Vilna Gaon study it 101 times. I'm hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will, turn out to have real worthwhile behavior. At any rate, the Mesilat Yesharim was written by a man who was principally known perhaps for this ethical work, but he was at heart really a Kabbalist, and he's some tremendous Kabbalist works, but he was accused of infusing his Kabbalah with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was hounded out of his native land in northern Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam, And on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by suggested that he was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is like, a good 80 years after Shabtai Tzvi has already passed away, and the Mesilat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work we no longer have extant, is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt. And nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from charges, as Rabbi Sanarishitz was as well. He went on to Amsterdam, later to Israel. He passed away in Akko. But at any rate, the reverberation of Nabatean deco continued throughout Europe for a couple hundred years. And perhaps the last of this, or the last really meaningful organized expression of this, occurred in England under the leadership of someone claimed personally to be reincarnation of it's the one Jake Frank shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabtai Tzvi that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness. He seemed casual reading reveal, and ultimately, when he came under community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put him in care. They did place a ban on him, which would mean that Jews would be forbidden to associate, even to stand within 6 feet. Refuge in the great criticisms of him was that he was in the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in the lecture a little while. This was something that the armed to an actual situation as a foil attack the Talmud as something would otherwise be, it's a very noxious impact on the Jewish population, holding them from converting to Christianity. Jacob Frank aged and actually converted to Catholicism, kind of like the interesting parallel. Just converted to Islam, Frank converted to Catholicism, for reasons in connection with this particular bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes, a huge loss to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on now as a nominal Catholic, but still presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Eva, shown here, took off after him, following in much the same vein. Also, both of them involved with similar activities, credibly accused of engaging in antinomian behavior. The sexual aspect of their practices was definitely widely known, and the subject of many salacious rumors, and ultimately the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died penniless, but nevertheless, you see the same kind of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabtai Tzvi and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up this huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact in the case of Shabtai Tzvi over most of Europe. In the case of Jacob Frank, particularly in Eastern Europe. But that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today. Let me thank you all for listening to this review. Have an excellent day. What if something doesn't open up right? It must be
some checks and balances on it that can repair a little bit. There has to be to adjust. Oh, nerds. Dude, there's fucking space all over the place. Little rocks.
To look at the 18th
Charles in Chicago
century in particular, and we're going to focus on the three major intellectuals during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Mitznagdim, and then the innovations of the Maskilim. These are three really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part and parcel of what it means to be a thinking Jew today. One has to orient oneself within those three movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and satisfaction. The word I'm looking for here is soul. Trying to figure out exactly how one must relate God, community, and oneself. All of these three basic modern Jewish movements. So let's go straight to the material. We had lots of long introductions in the previous lecture, so let's have a short one today. Here's a great photograph from a recent popular shtisel. It shows a couple of characters, a father and a son, having a breakfast together. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll demonstrate in a moment. But we are going to be looking at 18th century. Obviously, how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But Eric Hobbs, important historian, pioneered use of the term long century, which goes basically the French Revolution in 1789 to the beginning of World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short 20th century, which goes from the beginning of, or the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991. So it's much shorter than a century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. This is a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and their relationship to larger movements. First, we have the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a picture here, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing. But we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad houses all over the world. And Rabbi Shner Zalman, although he is really a third generation, he was extremely influential in advancing a Hasidic vision to the rest of the world, as Chabad is today, in fact. And so he's appropriate our 18th century focus. So he represents, obviously, the Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore over the course of the next hour or so. Then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position. He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitznagdim, or the Misnagdim, as would be pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents. And opposed the Hasidic movement. And so, ironically, they derived their name from their the way in which they oriented themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously dates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based culture. Nevertheless, the term Misnagdim stuck, and so they're an element in our discussion of the three movements of the era. And finally, which is certainly well typified by Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau. He was the first really significant Jew to create a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect, respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the 18th and 19th centuries. And these three movements' legacy, an intellectual legacy, was to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, without pointing out the actors in this series called Shtiso, an enjoyable series, of course, do not necessarily appear. Here's Shulam Shtiso, the character, played by physical appearance, and here is his son, Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens on Wall Streets and Jewish neighborhoods. People walk, hey, don't I know you? Just kidding. That really doesn't happen to me. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith and who knows, famous actors. I'll probably cut this part out of the internet, but let's go straight into the next part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase that in terms of rebellion, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on an older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing at Sfat, Hasidic Jews, you can see. Now, there are some Misnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe a few Spartan. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been much more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the Tzfat explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and found expression later in the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah which obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written, but the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of like bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holy. They're not saying that the Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restricted, that the Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not, spiritually refined enough to receive it. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Chassam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Kadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. It's just one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash Asur Min Torah, or as you would say in Ashkenazis, Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chassam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher. No way, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think that some sort of meant it literally universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, that we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here in the 18th century, and we sort of have a way of life, and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to non-Ashkenazic Jews, of which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor, that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal belief practices. So they were seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. So this rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero is that we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who are involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8 centuries before the time we're talking, maybe 6 centuries. And Moses Maimonides was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like The Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. Treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this Maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rambam schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who join general and Jewish knowledge together in an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our 3 rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really the rest of the and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat great more, but let's just touch on these. Very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted forcibly or otherwise to Christianity. And they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about him in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the brooding man, young boy on his lap, who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He was very brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, the forced conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's saying, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. You know, there are some that engage in, in inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right, a penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that regular FFBs, religious from birth individuals, that's a contemporary term, from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live all alone. He was terribly attached to his mother, and he wanted to be near her, and so on. In the excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he would be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. They said to him, Uriel, we've done this several times. You say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little details. But specifically, they said, if you really want to come back, this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue. You've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It was not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, then he goes home. He sits down and he writes a 12-page suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to the modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times. It was a very popular opera, or excuse me, it was a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual yeast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expellees in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community or to buy a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazim have received. Of course, the figure on the lap here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown in this brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding, dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual, offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as fascinated by these individuals as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court in Amsterdam, one that seemed to paint him far less than that of Da Costa. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him. And Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much longer arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Khmelnytsky rebellions and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where, again, ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. Then we are immediately following the Khmelnytsky rebellion with the whole Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, headed up by Neo-Sabbateanism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatean, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto were accused of heretical views. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas taking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the movements that I've described. Let's just, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements that we're talking about today. This is it gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week from the Rhineland, significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century. But all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom. But the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is chronologically the earliest of this development is the Hasidic, which is largely in what we would today right bank Ukraine, and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medjugorje and Berdichev, and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenaz Jewry. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram. Hasidim and Misnagdim could live side by side in a given street in any Eastern European shtetl. Um, Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Misnagdim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Misnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Misnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate to the present day. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did point to the Kabbalah earlier, but in terms of like what's important in Judaism, how does Islam differ from us? I will remind that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah. But these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. You can use their various counts depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism, obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So, if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how do Hasidism stack up against Misnagdim? So, if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah through the Talmud in particular, the Code of Jewish Law? Misnagdim say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter. We do all day is study those commandments, and the Hasidim also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, certainly I could say even in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613, that's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments. That is all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Misnagdism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism. These are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three that they really concentrate on, because learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially creative or manipulative in reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and concentrate on your phone. I'm not going to go into it. So Shabbat, Misnagdim say yes, absolutely, and Hasidim say, oh, Gevaldik, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh yeah, the Misnagdim, they love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher, but the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we've discussed in a previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say, totally, we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, to the laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic to Judaism. So wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdic movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards. And we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that, there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs. I mean, and they dedicate their entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion and experience, with the Hasidic, with the Misnagdic world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas literally it means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I am a Litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. We're going to let that part of our head just grow wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's peyos with scissors, but in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, if you got to like live your life, you know, what do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements because there is a Kabbalistic element to the peyot and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake peyos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist. Nevertheless, you know, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Misnagdim. They'll certainly understand it. But nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim, want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim are doing, sometimes sort of like say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you will see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their peyos, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to tuck them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of like shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups, part of our 20th century. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically looking at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like the peyos look extreme, especially if you've never seen before, how did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by these Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being credulous and poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by horrible tragedies of the Khnamid rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabbatai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something you have to extirpate. And it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition. And hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to Hasidic movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple volume history of the Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders. What's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearned for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who is not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was nearly as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophicism which he were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that, if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Khmelnytsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive, because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called a korobka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat, and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Dinor argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually, cry us and console us, and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, a great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, the women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Chana Rochel Webermacher, the maiden of Ludmir, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish and giving brachos and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attained much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shakeup of the traditional approach to Judaism in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at her gender-based approach, which I think has a tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay, let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break, and then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of his students published much later, and often without, critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov using the tools of modern historical analysis?
Hi, Mr. Burris. How are
he
you?
started really asking these questions at the time when the Iron Curtain
I'm well,
fell
thank you. Are you ready?
In the 1990s. And so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and start looking in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. He actually found that there are direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Medjugorje. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address, that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he was able to discuss in his classic work, The Historical Search for the Baal Shem Tov, to derive from Polish records a much more concrete image of who this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov to place him in his social and intellectual context. And then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for watching.
Nice bear.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. It's bear.
Thank you. Nice strike.
Thank you.
Let us pick up from where we left off.
We're gonna do it.
Looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement, what I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Misnagdic opponents and try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out with the the third post in this triangle, which was, of course, the Haskalah, the masculine. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Rothschild. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Bechtian research, Becht being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history. The National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the pre-Bechtian scholars who were called the Baalei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection.
Oh.
I first met Dr. Petrovsky Stern in Kyiv way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archives. When he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with the remarkable collection of Pinkasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today in the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right bank Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work. At any rate, Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things about one of these Baalei Shem in particular. Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears. Here's Hillel Baal Shem, and then there's the Baal Shem Tov. Who were these people who were called the Baalei Shem in the Torah? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the master of the name. This is kind of a rabbinic euphemism for an amulet maker. That is, we saw earlier, for example, the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz. Amulets are a very, very old tradition in Judaism. There are Talmudic discussions of them. The Aramaic term is kameah, and these are basically, small kind of like material culture exhibits of pragmatic, practical Judaism, where people would go to a rabbi, a wonder worker, a Kabbalist, and say, Rabbi, I'm having such a difficult time conceiving a child. I'm having such a difficult time getting my livelihood together. I'm having such a difficult time finding a mate, or I'm worried about my health, whatever human concerns there would be. And one of the
just rejoin the game.
folk remedies, which again has legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition,
I'll close and reopen
but
myself.
is something which is rife for corruption and inappropriate activity. Is the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small scroll or a slip of paper, some kind of what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse bowls in Babylonia, and we have small devices born. In fact, probably the earliest actual text in the original writing of a biblical passage is one of the that was written in 7th century Israel. That was discovered at Ketavhinom, a very small little piece of the Hakohanim, the passage from the Bible, that was written on silver foil, rolled up, and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there was a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious. But essentially, there is an industry that persists to this day of producing amulets for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmudic learning were primarily to the north. And I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Kmeot is inversely related to the degree of Jewish education in a given place. I could be wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these Baalei Shem were not necessarily reputable. And that's why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deeds, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of the good name, good name being a name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baalei Shem who are not so reliable. So the Baalei Shem was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual, Israel ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who would follow him, and these innovative teachings of Hasidism, which I described in brief prior to in the prior lecture, and this was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Baal Shem, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained in manuscript. So the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezerich, known as the Maggid of Mezerich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Mezerich really represents the institutionalization of in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples. But remarkable impact, largely focused in his activities. One of those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Riyadi, who is the founder of the Chabad movement. And in keeping with this burgeoning book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of the era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something that was innovative and energetic and was rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism, when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Vilna Gaon. Here's another image of him. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate prayer groups. The reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, and particularly by the misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are three main prayers of the weekday: Shacharis, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, it's the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent particular. The Hasidim, however, argue that what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, the latitude really changed the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this? Or in the summertime, it could be really super early too. So do you really want to drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation of what they mean? Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat breakfast to revive yourself, then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, and so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that no, we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fissuring, fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century. And this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you ask someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim? And you would show him, we assume this Martian is a him. I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular siddur and the Ari siddur, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? And of course, they would say to the Martian, heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim had an issue with the Hasidim for changing the rite of prayers. Here's a more significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Sion Dinur did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts, and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and more significantly, to whom did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of bribing a Polish nobleman? Or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, then even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it. And as a result, that would also cause the animal pain. And these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim disagreed to the degree at which the knife was honed. And therefore, Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shochet. We need a separate slaughterer, a ritual slaughter to prepare our meat. And that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud, that they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I've described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious and they say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior. Doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengens, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today because, they've kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing, and a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they've really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges that they were breaking laws. They were not following halacha, and they would, adduce a variety of things, big and small. And even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. It's kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and need to quantify to things which are much kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really, but it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from, to say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbatean things and things like that, but the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto Misnagdim. And both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Pinsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Pinsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a element in Russian society, and they to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations. Although that would be coming, it would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well in our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition. We have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against the Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They say, what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what does it actually say here in a book. So tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-emphasis, re-energizing of emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that someone says a Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic to me, meaning it's not really true. It's kind of inventive and maybe clever, but it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of a more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text bar none of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis and much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Misnagdic tradition, something that really affected my life deeply. Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh Chaim, the soul of life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Misnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Misnagdic movement. Have a look at this book, which is truly an amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a childhood background on it. And I was doing fairly well, enjoying it and so on. But after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who I'm privileged to count among my teachers in Talmud. And I was speaking to him on the phone, and he says, how's it going? And I said, well, it's okay. It's kind of interesting, but, we're doing a lot of Tosfos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, there's a crossword puzzle in front of me, lahavdil, to make a distinction. I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle. I solve the puzzle. I go on to the next puzzle. I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle. Right? And I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becher said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim, because I was studying a Lithuanian yeshiva, and this is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book, and I fit into my day, because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I would say, okay, on the bus, I will read Nefesh HaChaim. And I read it, and I was so engrossed, and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It was so impressive. It continues to have an impact today, that I finally rode way past my yeshiva stuff. When I finally looked up, it was like in the middle of Shuafat or some distant neighborhood in Jerusalem, and I had to get off the bus and get on another bus going back the other way, because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the Hasidic challenge. And they are also, as we've mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They were loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik. And there are certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rabbi, depending on the specific group. There were some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing bitlach, of individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition, and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions and things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that kvittel somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim. So they weren't prepared to go that route. But they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders. And so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's again another borrowing from the Hasidic movement. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that brews at the spirit, but now we've got to go to our final section, the the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict, let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskilim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskilic movement, and he's engaged in a game of chess with one Father Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged him publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other, but Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was his name, if I remember correctly, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I seem to remember it was called, in which Mendelssohn was lightly disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great faiths. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Del Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify, really some phenomenal things. And they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Meo Einayim, which is in many ways the first really Maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has. This would prove to be an influential work. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identity and varying perspectives. And when they finally reclaim their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora, they bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the burgeoning new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as well. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German idiom of the day, which was not that common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German, and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered it to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions. Engaged with Immanuel Kant in a literary essay competition in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well. And he was regarded as something of an anomaly, that here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little cultural merit, but he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day. And so he was widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really emancipation like freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like the requirement to take a special oath, because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted, and they had to have a special, special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, because we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal, thrust of his raison d'être. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society, which included jettisoning of Jewish beliefs. And one of the principal proponents of that approach would be Solomon Maimon, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom. But unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots. And although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker. So he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless, he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but there's a very strong movement, the Maskilim, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there, approached the local Duke, Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, and you know who's the worst at it? The Jews, because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic reason, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement, and so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper, supervision of their death certificates. He therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold, not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America throughout the 19th century, of emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and his flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and he can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who was prematurely buried, and they would go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist, but Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position, and so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, I did this for you, I got it done, and I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial, that's pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial. As you see in one of these catacombs, I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel. We have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example. This kind of like shelf burial. And then in some cases, they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he used science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Maimon, this went really far. And one of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now, let's say in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what? The truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works. And we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church. Or even if we go show up in church every now and then, what's the big deal? And he said we should just, abandon this, strange crusade era rigid acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet. And so you have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. And this is kind of like the underside of the Haskalah, that it's hard to kind of, when you're saying we should be open to the Western European tradition, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, he was a teacher of Heinrich Gretz that we discussed in the last lecture. He said, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore, he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms? And what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European and engaged in society and so on. But at the same time, it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature, historically determined, and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Raphael Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you'll see versions of this same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox beard there. Don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separating from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the community that was defined by Rothschild. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, for example, who said that, yeah, you know, well, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like the carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilic Jews revered. You know, the great poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel and Kant and others. So saying, you know what, this is a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, you know, I'm generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnik, as foreigners. They were, you know, they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20th century. The restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as you move forward through the 19th century. You know, a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to German culture, there's no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true, the Russians will really surge forward in the 19th century with people like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, kind of like attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those contexts. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, outright conversion to Christianity, and abandonment of Judaism. In the eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves, meaning like, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mendel Sforim, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century talk. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important maskil in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a a network of schools, very significant ones. Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over. I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of the persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is a period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, the Decembrist rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Kehillah, that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children as young as 12, legally, and frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian armed forces on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton. It means a region, but they were in these regions. It's the term cantonisten. They would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army. And that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was actually poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army? I can understand that. But we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and in literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lilienthal himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was widely excoriated by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific Cantonist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian law of death and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor, orphans, they were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to tremendous corrosion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and we can see this playing out in the enthusiasm that would be expressed for, really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. But we'll get to that, God willing, in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Zweifel, a very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which was in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. And then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first, the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, who were at each other's throats in the 19th century, they begin to make common cause when they realize that the Haskalah moving in from the west represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of maskilic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Misnagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century and early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with this discussion tomorrow. Actually, it'll be on Monday. We'll continue this discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time. I think it's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week.
Psychedelics are everywhere. Psychedelics soon even Prozac. Investors want the most important IPO of the year because people believe in psychedelics. Depression, anxiety. So many desperate specialists coming to us for help. As medicine, that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that there are a lot of people
Today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the early 20th century. So it's a long 19th century, to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm. Great. So first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, the term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if we look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with varying levels of rights, and that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? There's the phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century, and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up into the 20th century, that Jews would be simply excluded of their religious affiliation. And the whole notion of religion and peoplehood and this burgeoning idea of race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And that the only way to remove the stigma of this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, even conversion is no longer acceptable, as we will see tomorrow when we talk more about the Nazi period. So Jews labored under the kind of tenuous situation in much of Ashkenaz, both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time. Their right to pursue careers was limited. Higher education was frequently blocked off from their palette of options, that they could not pursue certain professions, or if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome on their affiliation, all kinds of things like this. So all of this changed quite dramatically in France in the Revolutionary period. This image that you see here dates from 806, as you can see, and there's a little bit later than the here that we're going to talk about first, but I love starting with this image because you see Napoleon, who is portrayed as Caesar-like, and he is raising up the fallen Judaism as various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinctive hat. We're going to return to him in just a moment. And the Judaism is kind of like this hopeful woman who's been knocked on her rear by the force of events, and she's holding onto the two tablets of the law. The menorah from the temple is in the background, and far off in the background you see the Judean desert. And Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets. So one tablet says the law. Actually, what does it say there? The law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising her up from her fallen status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon liked to think of himself, as being the one who finally, gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society. And Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? And by the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazic diaspora today. Of course, this had happened for different reasons entirely in what would be the United States of America, and similar kinds of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic Revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, and I translate that very carefully. Later, it was proposed by a woman named Marie Gouze. Hey, this, you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be declined either male or female in French. And they thought about it and said, "Oh no, we were just talking about men." And so women were not formally included in the rights of man and citizen at this time. But within those parameters, at any rate, this basic idea that all men were aesthetically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said, "Hey, what's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early revolution would have a very strong anti-clerical attitude, that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of the world at large." At any rate, they proposed this rights of man and citizen, and the Jews said, "What about us?" Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, somewhat smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually continues a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded the region here, but it's basically Jews just over the Pyrenees from Spain who had been making their way over there, and certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they had been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardim, they were quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, including the French language, including French manners of dress, including a whole host of little cultural markers that indicated that they really were part of a larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation to these Jews. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year after the revolution itself. They confirmed, yes, the Sephardic Jews are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights and privileges of emancipation. Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and larger population of Jews living in the region which would be called Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these Ashkenazic Jews, right, protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their overwhelming language remained Yiddish, although they had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies. They're neighbors, of course, but they have, regular conflicts. They would have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century and a huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France, or would they potentially be loyal to Germany, particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border? Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries the boundaries of their continuous sort of nation span the French-German border, which could present significant issues, both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany. Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument over whether or not the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine should, be allowed French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislature said, yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next decade, there was petition after petition to the legislature saying it was a mistake, giving the Jews free access to the economy, removing all boundaries to their economic activities, has been ruinous, that they've taken advantage of their far-flung international connections. They've taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have culturally, such as their literacy and numeracy, as we mentioned many times. And we are finding, said a lot of Alsatian non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of the economy, particularly in finance, money lending, things like that. And so there was a significant and pressured outcry. Ultimately, this came before Napoleon, at the beginning of the 18th century, and we won't go into the details of how did Napoleon get involved in this. I thought we were talking about a democratic republic. But what ended up happening is Napoleon, in his, characteristic manner, said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn Jews and settle this once for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated that yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I heard of that. And yeah, the only thing is, it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great, assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, and the very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem, je suis Napoleon, I am Napoleon, reconvene the Great Sanhedrin. And so he sent out a call that reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the Great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. So remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Maskilim, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state. And in fact, we will be able to, perhaps, move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together, not only from France, but representatives from East Central Europe as well, this assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Sinsheim. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities issued the Assembly of Notables and later the Great Sanhedrin. They felt that it was somehow blasphemous. Like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it. These maskilim, these people who, barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously of the Jewish community of Europe. But David Sinsheim, who was a very respected scholar, he's written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure with a tremendous gravitas, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. Got this amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I could carry it off. And he served as the president of this organization. Basically, they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And Sinsheim, together with this Assembly of Notables, had to draft responses to them. The questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, the minutes of the Assembly of Notables say they all stood up and cried out, "Jusqu'à la mort," to our deaths, meaning, of course, we will defend France. And then, but the questions went into some really interesting kind of things that looked like tangents, but were really basically the same questions. Like, for example, Napoleon was very interested in marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jews, for example? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, were forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 9th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, but, and then they re-list themselves into pretzels to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere. And that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the communal structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question. Like, which law is primary? In Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they would be concerned, they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law in the same way. But here Napoleon is developing a modern state, and will be dealing with individuals on an individual level rather than a communal level. And so he was very concerned, if the state imposes a particular rule or law, will Jews follow it if it contradicts the Torah and the way it's interpreted by the rabbis? So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon was getting at with all of these questions, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response focused on a basic principle in traditional Talmudic law, the notion of dina, the malchuta dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of the Talmud, where Jews were a minority in Babylonia. And there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are, not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, yeah, we've got to follow the laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the Torah? I'm not going to go into that intellectual pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, I'm going to confirm the decision between 1790 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just to make sure that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to impose a whole bunch of new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their bounds, which was considered by many Jews to be a bit of a betrayal, because after all, if they're emancipated, they should have total freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects on their economic activity, conscription, and others that Napoleon wanted to impose, at least for a temporary period. But bottom line for our purposes, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a confirmation of the French idea of emancipating the Jews, which would throughout East Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. For their part, the Jews were just delighted with this, especially those elements of the Haskalah, not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation, many of whom felt that Napoleon was representing some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that Napoleon would go on this massive Eastern campaign to invade Russia later on. But some Jews actually viewed this as the beginning of the Messianic era, and they looked to his name, Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Chelek Tov, good portion, which is understood as a reference perhaps to the coming Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, says Emperor and King Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses, who is kind of like crouching down in an almost servile fashion, tentatively reaching up to receive the 10 commandments from none other than Napoleon. And this is like one of these astonishing images. It's a medallion that actually portrays Napoleon in a godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver, presenting the law finally to the Jews. It just boggles my mind that people would actually think this is somehow appropriate, but nevertheless, a Rothschild, as they say in Yiddish. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects the rest of Ashkenazi. I'm going to skip rather quickly through much of this region and then focus in on how Jews expressed it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Kaiser Joseph II, who was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the patent of toleration that was issued in 1782. And it was different from French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not go as far as the, for example, by declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status. Nevertheless, the state said formally, you don't have to worry about these things. We are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand, because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which they suffer from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this is Staat, meaning a society that is governed by law. In other words, let's say, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of businesses or not allowed to live in certain areas of the city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like a forced inward focus that you know that they are not the same as everybody else, and so therefore endogamy is encouraged, marriage within the community is encouraged, communal self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that, and they so there's like a little kind of like we have to take care of ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community by dint of those moderate discriminatory practices. But at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your store and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive compensation. So there would be basically a law that was put in place that would protect their somewhat limited rights and privileges, right? So this is a really key point, that a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, God forbid, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, nothing that really harms people, but that sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it only works, though, if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees that everything else is stable. The worst thing that the Jewish community can face is anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where there are minorities that can be targeted with impunity, and if there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no law, there's no compensation for damages. That's really the worst of the Jews, like any minority. Essentially, what was happening in Central Europe was much more the model of, the Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this Jewish minority, which was perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But the idea of French equality was really quite tempting for large swaths of the population at large. And so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to East Central Europe. You have a major revolution in 1848 that points in that direction. It turns out to fail. And so during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism, followed by contractions of conservatism. And over the course of the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society going to liberate us like France? Are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria-Hungary? Or are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with the revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. But the trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving Jews equal rights with all other members of society, and ultimately that's what would happen. By the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of East Central Europe. Only Russia maintains that strict distinction between Russian citizens and Jewish subjects, as we shall continue in our second lecture today. This back and forth of what's going to happen to the Jews in East Central Europe had interesting implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with internal reforms. We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within Judaism. The Reform movement, which was called the liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, essentially one of the reasons why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Sephardic Jews in southern France to show that we are good Germans too, then emancipation would be extended to us. And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes in Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion, the idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because, after all, you only emancipate people who intend to live at home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to Zion were removed from the liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, a language foreign to the vast majority of Germans, or should they move towards German language worship so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on. And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called the historical positivist movement, now called essentially conservative Judaism. It's a little bit different, but that's the term used in America. This is led by a man named Zacharias Frankel, said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Hauptgläubige, the old believers, who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. And then you have the very large grassroots movements of liberal Jews, aka Reform Jews, who are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to adapt to German sensibilities. And then finally, you have the conservative movement, which was, we believe in the basic tenets of changing Judaism to adapt to modernity, but not as fast as our Reform colleagues. There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on politics than on the denominational arguments. Related to this, there was a significant backlash developing, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish advances for emancipation. And one of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is the renowned historian Heinrich von Treitschke, who in the latter part of the 19th century, looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Heinrich Gratz's major multi-volume history of the Jews that was appearing at the time, which he felt maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Gretz and Treitschke. He said famously, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. That if we had not if we had, sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Treitschke said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend would have huge implications for the 20th century, as that slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," would be picked up by the Nazi Party. But we will return to that, God willing, tomorrow. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty had been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great. And so that's where you have the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews living. We touched on history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the cantonist system, the crown schools that we discussed last week. When we get to the 1880s, there's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, shown here in this picture, seated. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife, and a bomb was thrown at the carriage by an early socialist group called Narodnaya Volia. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by a Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main co-conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, these 3 days actually extended to about 3 years, and pogroms just dotted the countryside. You can see this remarkable map from an article that was Irena Rothschild, Sehon Orkan Sakali, and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya. I'm going to show you some other graphs from that particular article that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that seem to be entirely out of the control of the Russian Empire completely. And in fact, one of the revelations in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that, for a long time it was believed that the empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting the peasantry from, burgeoning dissatisfaction with the Russian Empire. But archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews, but that these seem to be like spontaneous outbursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish communities at will, sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be way overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image, and as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this, we have to do something radically different. And I'm going to show you the 5 distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. you'll see that a red line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement at its greatest extent. The Pale of Settlement represented the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper. They were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that. Or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Kantonist system and were allowed, upon their release from their 25-year military service, to reside anywhere they wanted. So many of them formed these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or it's also possible Jews were living illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale of Settlement where most of these Ashkenazi Jews live. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2018. One of the things that's fascinating, when you look at the pogroms, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see this huge wave of pogroms 81, which are in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917 to 1920, which smaller in number, but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common in the later ones. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. And as you can see, that there is definitely some correlation, but there were many, many years where there were crop failures where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like, after the Crimean War and things like that. And you see that, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's advance to Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when you had both political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, there you go, pogroms. So that's a very clear graphic representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals pogroms in the Russian Empire. Quid est demonstratum, as they would say. Now, what did Jews decide to do about this? So one of the things that really changed as a result of those 1881-82 pogroms is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership in a very big way. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Kantonist decrees that we discussed last week. The Kahila was not nearly as trusted. The traditional rabbinical authorities lost a lot of their authority in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1881, we are no longer going to accept the situation as is. We are going to adopt one of these 5 strategies. These are the 5 ideas that they articulated, and explain to you how they were described in Jewish political activity. The first theory was, or the first decision was, perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. There's no room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is a period where you have massive emigration from the Pale of Settlement, as shown here in this map, from 1881 to fall of the Russian Empire in 19.75 million Jews moving to the United States. That number would increase by about another 250,000, 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, things like that. Very significant population to South America, to South Africa, and to the early Yishuv, the pre-state community of Jews in Israel, and of course a 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration path of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onwards. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire, let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see a huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed in a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a major figure in the 1905 revolution in particular. Later, he became the leader of the Red Army during the revolutionary years, which we'll discuss, God willing, in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph, a mugshot of his arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire at that time. I like to say that. I hope that's third, there are people who say, wait a minute, you're going to, try to change Russia, you're going to, try and, adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. So it's just going to be another problem later on down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some other country and repeating the whole process again, let's move to our homeland. Let us return to Israel, and that will be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing a state in 1948. Fourth, a smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration, and he relies on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing as a strong community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. It's essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the federation movement of North America and much further. The idea that Jews should communally organize themselves and try to assert their rights as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact, not so much in the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the interwar period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the charts from how we've behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, to the Talmud, to our rabbis. But these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in mass dialogue. And so therefore, these so-called renewed traditionalists essentially adopted the tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties to be able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the pogroms that so uprooted the Ashkenazi community. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum that you would be familiar with many discussions of 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be, the further left you go, you have the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or moving a little bit more to the center, you have the the ideas of things like universal health care and the unemployment insurance and a lot of things that are really adopted in contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual member and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extreme says, like, you run your own buddy. It's all about your individual responsibility. You've got to take care of your own health and pay for your doctors yourself. If you lose your job, too bad. Right? This to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage. But as I mentioned, most democracies, like the United States of America, does not go anywhere near that far, although you can hear those tropes in debate. So that's kind of like a basic sort of political spectrum. Among Jews, it is considerably more complicated because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews, you also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who believe in political activity here, which is called Yiddish dor, here in this place, meaning in the diaspora, here in Russia, here in France, here in Germany. This is where we have to engage in politics. And there are others who say, oh, it should be dor over there in Israel. Meaning, don't bother investing in politics in the land where you were born, because we all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity when you're just basically a traveler, you're transient? Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do you invest here or do you invest there, meaning in Israel? So where the political parties fall out, when I say political parties, they're really movements. Some they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire forbade existing, but nevertheless they formed. We can then within these four quadrants. Here on the lower left, the major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about here-ness, Dorkite, meaning we want to change Russia, give us any pipe dreams about Israel, the Middle East, that's ridiculous, we're going to do it all here in Russia. This would be a group called the Bund. The Bund is essentially, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization, the much larger Menshevik and even Bolshevik party had affiliation. So they very much in socialist values, communal things like that, but it was conducted, as this amazing song indicates, in the Yiddish language. It was specifically directed to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change economy, that would be the Vereinigte Party led by the historian Shimon Dubno, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with what would later become the Federation movement. That we should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted by some Jews and other populations. Of course, you have the Zionists, who said we should have the general Zionists, I should say. There are many flavors of Zionism. The Allgemeine Zionisten, the regular Zionists, the general Zionists, believed that let's all go to Israel. Let's not get too involved in like these specific economic political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern political Zionism. Some debate over contemporary characters, but basically he's one of the most famous author of it. There are some who are more extreme, who felt that we got to go to Israel, we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really strict reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as Herzl would, on heads of state of European countries, of well-wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the root of the more right-wing parties in Israel's Knesset as well. And then finally, not actually fine, maybe there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look to the quadrant where they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel and created another capitalist country. It should be socialist. So the socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion, were perhaps the most famous of them, the workers of Zion, established a network of kibbutzim, which are essentially kind of like neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. There were religious organizations as well. The first would be a group that was associated with the name Mizrahi, which means east, and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who is shown here, who said, you know what, a lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it, and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular free thinkers. That's not us. And what about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before we move to Israel? And Rav Kook suggested, well, you know, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. And furthermore, there's so many examples of miracles that occurred in the Bible because people took the first steps. That it wasn't nihilo, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting the Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil, and they lit it, and it lasted for 8 nights. A lot more to say about that in ancient history, but in terms of the metaphor, this was a very powerful one, and so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well. But then finally, and this is really finally, you have a group that says, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that he send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Yisrael, or the Community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course, with the horrible impact of the Holocaust, they would have to reevaluate some of their stance towards Zionism, and actually they ended up becoming very strong in Israel per se. But their central core message is unchanged, which is dedication to Torah itself. Perhaps the most famous example of their activity is in the great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying 1 page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually kind of off to the right of this picture. And it's celebrated all over the world, this worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1881, 1882. Thank you very much for your attention and endurance.
Remember, there was a good Ernest P. Worrell recurring segment on his show. Did you ever watch Ernest? You know, like Ernest goes to jail, like these things. Yeah, he had some television show. One of his recurring things was a tongue character. There was a guy in a big tongue suit and had like these little teeth around him, so you could tell it was the tongue, and then he would get shot sometimes and he'd fall asleep. He was like at the dentist, and it was the numbing show. Oh, okay. Ernest. Yeah, Ernest, rest in peace. He died smoking too many cigarettes, Jim Varney. Yeah. And that, he would love to smoke a cigarette, bro. I'll tell you that. What in this DeLorean? This boy had a DeLorean. I don't remember that. Yeah, oh my gosh, you drove a DeLorean. I found it on eBay one time. Really? Yeah, I was looking up DeLoreans like 10 years ago on eBay, just looking around. And I swear one of them was Jim Farley's old DeLorean.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 to about 1912, we should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which was one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, or the descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland in Eastern European territory. That'll be our that will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So, if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you'll see on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden, it's radically changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same color as Germany, but it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria, neighboring country Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania has significantly expanded, and look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire, and also encompasses Serbia, and it's just. Things have changed so dramatically, and all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because, of course, the Germans and the Australians and the Hungarians, and for slightly different reasons, the Italians, they are all practicing a form of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I. But that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of your screen, where you see Russia has disappeared. And they've labeled this map not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be Belarusian SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that removed Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York at that time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West, chronologically. It was only later, in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seems to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914, and it's the first really major global forces for the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat. They don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldiers to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name, Petrograd, is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg, after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it doesn't have a German ending. Where I grew up in Northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, Cree Indian, that was called Swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it. I think it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, it went back to Swastika because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot and ultimately got out of control, and the Tsar himself was arrested, and suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. And that was the end of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war, remove themselves from it? For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly. It's a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, and the very first decision actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray. The Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship, restrictions on Jewish residency were abolished by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in the several guberni, or the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. You can see a very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. Of course, smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factory villages and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various, corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the church. It was a very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalist movement. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually, conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure. The Monopoly Man of the famous Parker Brothers game is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist with the coat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat rotund, rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of thing. This is often used, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general, sometimes made explicit for the Star of David and things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leans towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists, capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians, there are two different definitions of this term. The term Belarus literally means White Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated White Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that oppose the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea. They were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more of a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. So a human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of narcotic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, the Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized among an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. And the various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, is the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky, right? Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what are clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his payos. He's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a sex orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces, I think it was. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, a major staple of Russian propaganda white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists. And we're going to explore that in some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take us into the Civil War itself, because highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovantsiv, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, 100 karbovantsiv. And this is, in fact, a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here it was published by Harvard, a prayer for the government of Ukrainians and Jews in revolutionary times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian ethnic territory. How is it possible that they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in Kyiv. I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is, if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Crimea, and also their attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentration of Jews in right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians are hugely agrarian. The majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, they had something closer to 40 million, but some massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were that was automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them, as I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. It's a letter written to the Jewish community of Riven, and if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a type-written Ukrainian script, but if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged in actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially 20th century to try to rule the writing and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal, written, standardized language. This is ironically, as my father, Oliver Shalom, would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language, right? It worries that Russia will somehow be, that great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space, and then afterwards the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint that paints over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and they had to use it to write Ukrainian. And what about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay. But what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure, as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that, even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that, as you have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at the time, were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petlura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which is called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petlura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together, and they're like they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Petlura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petlura. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and then several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about was very, very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. This became a self-fulfilling prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under Jewish leader Trotsky. They're only associated with 2% of the pogroms. So it's not like not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few. They were far more disciplined. And so what ended up happening at this time is that the Soviets experienced a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so much so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys who are running out of yeshiva. Their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over and over again as their front lines moved back and forth. There was a surge of Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected Jews felt like Judaism had failed them, and that communism as a kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Petlura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petlura as the architect of these pogroms, kind of like early of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence. Petlura himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable reviews, for example, of plays that dealt with Jewish things like that. And it seemed really out of character for him to do that. Moreover, during the war, as Ukrainian apologists will often point out, he published all kinds of decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the pogroms emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left, his name is Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petlura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petlura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petlura? Are you Mr. Petlura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial, but in a brilliant move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbart should be viewed, argues, as a an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who was actually, an assassin who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petliura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petliura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petliura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Petliura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout the Ukrainian troops that, in fact, the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that Petliura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who point to documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission, that he failed to take the actions necessary. Titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc on the Jewish population. At any rate, just to finish the story with Schwarzbart, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Petliura, and so he was fined 1 franc. Incredibly insulting. Slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion of 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the West, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine, at this point, constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time, there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make, these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and another figure, Bukharin, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see. But for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But at this time, he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish inspires dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish, it is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Yiddish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals and recognizing their special sort of complexion. And ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. It would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist, socialist, and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbozniki, the godless, I really like the term. And in Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic current. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. And the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate of the masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So with regards to the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kind of transvalued messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called Korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate into English. The word koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins or the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that, you know, would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of Korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews. But in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the communist union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet 20s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of Korenizatsiya, tried to like edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points, it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, emet, truth, a very important word. It was the name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it, instead of Aleph, Mem, Taf, they respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced MS in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways, because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under Korenizatsiya, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they're encouraging Ukrainian because of Korenizatsiya, they also want specifically to assimilate Ukrainians to Russian, so they made the letter in Ukrainian illegal. That's made you make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G, and the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G, and it's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of funny. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. And although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it's in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but Jews, all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
A nurse at several hospitals in Riverside County has been arrested for the alleged sexual assault of an unconscious patient. The man from Lake Elsinore was arrested yesterday. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department says its Special Victims Unit began investigating the assault case last month. Investigators say they found evidence at the nurse's home connected to the case. USC says it's ready for budget cuts and layoffs as its deficit passes $200 million. The university plans to lay off staff, sell property, and cut the salaries of some top employees. One official blames rising costs.
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we will have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Yeah. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is dramatic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendum, this earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it's limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burned. That is, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rhyme to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematorium. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered heavily. Mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, God receives a pleasing aroma from the olah, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean, or God forbid, somehow the high priest, I should say? Very, very hard thing to, several other terms are some usage. Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation, they tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced the Ashkenazi Yiddish pronunciation, the korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It is also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com, and I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I. Specifically, Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many in Hungary, and so on, were very upset with this, it's understandably so. And many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make any mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoß. And this resent over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually, there's a piece that's cut off on the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here the term Deutsche German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss.
Were you able to quit
But
smoking?
looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake, that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke, in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be, kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric, from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic, demagogic statements, you need to identify if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see, Deutschblütiger, or German-blooded, these are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important because what's going to happen as the Hitler War years continue and you go into the Holocaust, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. You have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second-degree mixed race, and this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish, and this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific, new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first-degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right? You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans, but there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938, right? That's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was phenomenal, and that of course is an equal 260 tragedies for those and their families, but still viewed against
at this
6
point,
million, we
am
can
a lifelong
understand
learner.
So
I like to learn, and one of my favorite topics is
the scale of
Jewish history. So that's what I
tremendous
like to watch.
property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal or night of broken glass,
Jewish history
refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America or some state in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. So a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939, is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east, and they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed. So why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then, the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing or work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government, there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. But anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow, and black, when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things were true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other, and it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention them briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was, among intentionalists, that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martin Broja is one of the early ones. Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris are in that camp, in which they say that, yeah, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order, and they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to, take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually to leave right up until 1940, well into 1940, October, if I remember correctly. If they were really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942. How is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that late a date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war, meaning as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between being intentionalist and functionalist that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos, first in the German controlled regions, and later after 1941 in formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among the Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist. Łódź is one in particular example, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler is not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor. Like, how would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease. Also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations, people simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or of typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say it like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not simply an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, see Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinction between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, but the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical, are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are largely parallel tracks that developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Stiglitz's pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank and on the other hand, devoting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy at that point. But anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, follow the regular army. Their task was spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages called Shtetl, dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines, if no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next devolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, like in Kyiv, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe in action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian. Ravine is like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other stripes over of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They were people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe. In a euphoric manner, he might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning, that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their grave. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Feldsvillige, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to help process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Heinrich Himmler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purposes here, but I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process, plays out in the human mind, and also how prone are we to the dangers of this, this impetus to obey authority. So what happens is, in January of 1942, there is a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, the so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who got forbid with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially a rat poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely, they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines. That was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on lines to these death camps, where it would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like a war effort, like others had a small satellite camp where they were for the tone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated stereotypical efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps, Roma, and a whole series of people from, then they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and, homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as the slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs couldn't take it. But this is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here.
My grace.
Of course it is. You're spending more time with me. What's up, man? How are you?
Good. All right, let's start with puzzle.
All right. We've got a new game to play if you want to play it.
Is it what's the code in here?
Yeah, it's in Play-Doh.
Is it new?
No, you and I have played it, but there are different ways to play it. So we will play. Yeah, we played it not too long ago. So it's Carom, and we're gonna play it rank. We're gonna play a private game, freestyle to 210, and I'm going to send you an invitation. And you're going to have the invitation right now. All right. The goal is you can see what the points are on the left. So black is 10, white is 20, red is 50. Were you aware that you had an invitation? Yo, Doug, were you aware that everyone's waiting on you? Yo, Doug, were you aware that everyone is waiting on you?
Yeah, okay.
What percentage is your phone? What'd you say? You know who loves this game? Riser. Did you go to the gym? Are you going today? How did you increase your IQ? How did you increase your IQ? Dog, you're really hard to understand. You're very difficult to understand. Are you sure your mic, your like fingers not in front of your mic or something? It's still not as good as it normally is. Yeah, I guess.
I bought the block design toy where you get point and I can test the block design.
Okay.
So I kept on playing with the block design.
Do you think you're still going to suck dick at mini golf? Or do you think that you're going to not suck dick at mini golf?
Here's the thing, Rabbi. I can study the Rothschild.
IQ test and study that, and then go into one IQ test and study that and actually have a global IQ.
Okay. Why are you so obsessed with IQ?
So I want to document. I want to document my life. Not the same way you're documenting your life.
You want to document what?
I want to document my life.
Like, you want to live stream your life?
No, I want to document life in the universe first. And study the misdiagnosis, like overdiagnostic, and what's going on.
Why do you want to do that? Yo, dog. Yo, dog, weren't you going on... What, didn't you do stand-up on Monday?
No, every Monday.
Okay, what's your joke?
My whole fucking life's a joke.
Dude, now you sound better. Hold on, now you sound a lot better.
So my whole life's a fucking joke. You can just look at my gameplay and you can laugh at that.
Well, everybody knows that.
Not everyone knows that.
All right, Zoot. I've sent you an invitation. No, but what is your first joke going to be when you do stand-up? What'd you say? One more time?
I'm not giving you my reason.
Why not?
I mean, just I'll record it and send it to you.
No, you don't have to do that. Just tell me your first joke.
Nah, it's not as funny. It's not as fun. Like,
Let
it's
me
all about the crowd.
let me be the judge of that. What's your first joke?
What's your first joke?
Yo, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. That's funny. So what is your
Okay,
joke?
that's good.
What'd you say? What did you say, Zoot?
What's my first joke?
Yeah.
I want to have
What are you saying, big dog?
I really don't know. I'm not giving away my joke.
I just gave away mine, and I just had one of the best shots of my career.
Remember last time?
I just gave you a joke. Now I want to hear your joke. Yo, dog, what's your joke?
No, it's not like a joke. I just want to tell people my life story, which is funny.
People are going to boo you
Why?
because that's not why you do that. That's not what stand-up generally is. Oh, fuck you, Zoo.
Stand up is building a connection with the audience and making them laugh.
Okay. So Okay, so okay, I'm in agreement with that. So pretend you're on stage right now. How are you gonna make me laugh?
Subjective. Your sense of humor is different to the whole crowd.
Just do your routine. You're gonna do it for 2 or 5 minutes. Let's hear it.
I don't feel in the mood. There's not enough people around.
That's when it's perfect. That's what you have to say. Are you gonna go up there and you're gonna be like, "Hey, my name is Zoot, and I'm neurodivergent"?
No, I prefer to identify as retarded because it's easy to explain to most people. Most people don't understand neurodiversity.
But you're not retarded, and that's not a good word to use.
What's the definition of retarded?
That's kind of like a slur. You don't want to use that term. You might say mentally challenged or specially challenged, but you're not that either. You could go up there and you could be like, okay, if you really wanted, I'll do Zoot's routine. And this would be funnier than what you're going to do. Are you ready? Hey, everybody. My name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette syndrome. I don't know if you've ever had any kind of situation where you've had a thought that is in your head that you really, really, really didn't want to say. Well, when you have Tourette syndrome, the unfortunate thing occurs that you end up saying it. And it can cause you to say some really awkward things at some really inopportune times. Here are some examples. And then you can give real life examples.
I haven't had that bad an experience with Tourette's where I've said something.
You could just make up stuff. It doesn't have to be real. So you could be like, this one time I was in the grocery store and I saw a really, really large person there. And it caused me to say, and then whatever you'd want to say.
I think I have seen the N-word when I saw a darker skinned person. I think I have called someone a fat fuck that was really large as well. And I think I called someone ugly that was actually really attractive.
Okay.
I've definitely listened to a name during the wrong name during having sex with a girl, but everyone's done that.
No one's done that, dude. No one does that.
What do people do that?
No, in like movies and stuff. But real people don't fucking do that unless they're like cheating on their spouse. Okay, you could, that's kind of a joke that I guess is funny. So you could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette syndrome. I don't know if you know what Tourette syndrome is, but it causes some tics and sometimes it causes me to say things that I don't mean to say. Like, I've been having sex with a girl and said the wrong name. And then, so what was the girl's name and what did you call her?
So long ago.
So you could say, what's a common Australian name for a girl? What was it?
Maddie.
Okay. So I was fucking this chick named Maddie when I inadvertently called her the wrong name. It's really awkward when you call someone named Maddie Beyonce. Do you see how hard that made you? Do you see how hard that made you laugh?
Well, that's the fact. The fact is, like, it's not even that bad of a deal because like, there's only fucking one person in the world named Beyonce, and she's a singer, and there's no way that she's gonna be like, oh, you fuck Beyonce on my back. No, she's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're gonna. What do you want to listen to Beyonce right now?
No. It's the fact that you just laughed at something that I just said, and that's what you want the crowd to do.
Yeah. I know how to make people laugh. I just can't fucking function right now, so I'm kind of just, I'm not in the mood.
Thank you, George.
Have I made you laugh before, Emma?
Yeah.
At what?
Sometimes it's about sort of stuff that you do.
Oh, I could just talk about going to the gangbang and people would laugh.
Okay, so that could be one. You could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I was once in a gangbang at an adult bookstore. It turned out that there was a woman who I met on Reddit, and she was looking to get fucked by as many guys as possible. And I was cool with this under one condition, that I got to go first. And while that seems really cool to go first, unfortunately, what isn't cool is when you cannot get an erection when she's sucking your dick. So I am and 25 fellow Australians trying to get a boner, and I'm limp as a fish, and there are like 20 guys waiting on me to come, and I absolutely can't. I mean, there are guys who are looking at their watch, there are guys looking at their phone, and here I am just trying as hard as I absolutely can to get a boner, and I couldn't. Zoot, you won. So that's kind of a funny story. I mean, you could do, like, if you wanted to be real shit that you do or stories you've told me, and you just kind of twist it a little bit, you can be like, hey everybody, my name's Zoot. I'm really into cryptocurrencies, but not just any cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. I like funny sounding cryptocurrencies. So the ones that really attract my attention are ones like Fat Girl Investment Corporation. Why that? Because investing in Fat Girl Investment Corporation is like buying Bitcoin in 2009.
Yeah, because you're investing in fact. Girls is like buying Bitcoin in 2009.
That's what I just said.
You gotta go to the gym, find a fat girl, and invest in her, and then yeah.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, pretty much. But you said it with a token.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell into my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months.
All right, so you've got like enough jokes now. I mean, they're not really that funny, but they are good enough for you to use.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the gym.
All right, well, charge your phone, dude.
Yeah.
My life has completely changed, and I am so grateful to Dr. Dre Waller. My name is Raquel Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Waller's 10-Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-999-radio to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855 news.com.
These constitute the core of what historian Timothy Snyder calls the bloodlands. And it included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life. Collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, any kind of religious functionaries were under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of, show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did in 1939. And, I can't even think about that. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment and confiscations and suppression of religion and arrests of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. And also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we can go into here, a lot of these populations believed that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment, when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against bombs, and also in the members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now it kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, in places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, even Siberia, and later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the locals, such as the Ukrainians in the Lviv example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled is they went into the local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So you have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Jedwabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived, that they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets, right? We should understand, while they're certainly, like every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards local populations. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedoms. And to a certain degree, with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life, that people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in the context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states this even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukraine, who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. You do definitely have, real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness the local people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims, and so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour, but with your permission, I'll continue in an abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for not timing this more accurately. Resistance among Jews is fairly widespread, as you can see in the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to be parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured, horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. And it's a rather remarkable story of heroism from a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, then even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Blending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Kalonymus Kalna Shapira, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder, why didn't they resist earlier? Why didn't they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Raoul Hilberg has pointed to. And it's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply, it was suicidal to try and take up arms against authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews defending local cities. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were 2 basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority, offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for, a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazic history. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore they simply could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the 1942, well after it, that you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Okay. So with this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jewry, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing with you in the final lecture of this series.
I've been exploring. I did exploring for eggs that day. Whatever. What are your plans for Easter? I guess no problem. Dive, egg, and then you eat them. I was just thinking about that, but I don't like them.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through the millennial history of Jews in Ukraine and try to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42 million people, about the size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region, is that the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the countries in this region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kievan Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way, that's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev and Rus, which includes not only the Ukrainians, but also the Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev and Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Povest Vremeniach Det, or the Chronicle of Bygars, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in the Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims, but also Jews, and two different types of Christians, Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Povest refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity. And that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukraine. Although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact a Jewish kingdom, but the Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. Not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents to emerge from this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call the modern Jewish parlance, a petek, a little document that he would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing with the community, he's fallen in hard times. Would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes. Rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kievan Rus. And by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish, settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available about them. But definitely by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which is very extensive commentary in the Talmud, who is called Moses of Kiev. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kievan Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see that it has modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. And the reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine in the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the West by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of the infamous blood libel, host desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the arenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating and by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized under one leader, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who rose up, who organized them all, and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish-Ukrainian recrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian Sich, meaning the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially, establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision, because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you can see that he's not speaking for all Ukrainians. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Halichina, above that Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally look to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there are certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east. Other parts always look towards Europe and the west. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Honta. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it's spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kyiv just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism grows apace during this time. It's also important to note that the Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they established standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland. In a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires, they simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia, and at the very bottom you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia or Halychina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in the West, the former Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right up until World War I, and as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service, an absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different, because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarked on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were Little Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous. They were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River. That's the right bank region. But a significant amount of it spills over into the nation of Austria and of Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and then especially in 1917, when the Reich collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhailo Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time, and in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919, and one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petliura, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you are curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting in this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine and especially in the Ukrainian region of Halichina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine. And I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 through 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the Western regions, and this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, agencia of various types, and postal clerks, and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis. Most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see, the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppen A, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the region and simply mass murdering them. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania, by another group of Einsatzgruppen. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it would be pronounced by people in Lichna. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely allied with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now a very important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin has currently invaded. The Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself. And he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, of leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 40,000 odd people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression in their region. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples of the area. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't, and I've never had any STDs, but every now and again I will TT. It happened the other day, and again, and maybe it's because I've held it in too long or something, and I will TT, and man, every now and again, and luckily it's happened before I get scared to death. I know it's fine, but every now and again, and it is a horrible feeling. It hurts. soap down there sometimes, John. I'll use Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap. It's basically 37 in 1 use. You can use it on basically anything, cleaning body's hair. So I'll get it in my little hole down there, and it'll really, really hurt all day.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As we all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, I think it's important for us to recall that Jews have a very, very long and rich history in this region. And I've prepared a couple of videos already that point to the long Jewish history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, please don't write in the comment box, why didn't you include so-and-so, why didn't you include this person, because that's just going to make me feel guilty. I mean, there are literally hundreds of people that could have been included in this video. I just picked a handful that were really meaningful to me in particular. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting suffering. And, you know, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of time that the Jews lived in Ukraine, they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there was more strain, and sometimes, in fact, there was peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths at the hand of Ukrainian antagonists. But there are also, hundreds and hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence, as I've discussed in previous videos. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset with regards to the experience of Jews in Ukraine. I'm certainly not giving Ukrainian history a free pass here. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1768, 1919, and of course in the Holocaust. However, when you look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that long history. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, significant obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. You look at America, we've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little fragments of the population. They tend to represent kind of like the QAnon supporting individuals who may band together and rant at passersby and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when that society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. At any rate, I want to focus here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant Jews that have lived in this region. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries, although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. I mean, they didn't have their own state that they could claim, this is our boundaries of our country and so on. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found them within, let's say, Poland or Russia in particular. Also, sometimes they were divided, meaning the western sections in particular found themselves under the Austrians or the Hungarians or the Poles, and the western group found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have named Jews, the 12th century stands out because there are two figures who belong to the Talmudic school of the Tosafists. These are very, very important thinkers who, circulated commentaries on the Talmud in particular. One is named Moshe of Kiev. He maintained correspondence with Rabbi Tam, one of the most famous of this school of scholars. Also correspondence with Gaon Shmuel ben Ali of Baghdad. And there's another, Isaac of Chernihiv, sometimes recorded as Isaac of or Yitzchak of Chernigov. That would be the Russian pronunciation of the same place. Also or 12th century figure who traveled to the west, to the Rhineland, and he became one of the students of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid during the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is the period of Kiev and Rus, where it was centered in Kiev, sort of in the center of this map here, but extended really quite far north as well. There are many, many more famous Jewish names when you get to the 18th century in particular. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the following centuries hundreds and hundreds of Jews moving to Ukraine for reasons we discussed in a previous video. But briefly, anti-Semitic pressures from the west driving them out, and economic possibilities in the east drawing them in. And they live at this time under the auspices of the Polish-Lithuanian government, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it in the green part, which would have been part of Russia proper. Russian Jews, by the way, were barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So as all the Jews who are making their way to the east are kind of piling up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and many of them are settling in the southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1760, he came from the western region of Ukraine, from a town called Medjibozh, and one of his principal students, Dovber the Maggid of Mezrich, came from the town of Mezrich or Mezrichi. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Vishnitz, Hornsteipel, Skvir, they all come from famous Hasidic, like Alimezor of Lizhez. I mean, Hasidism is overwhelmingly a Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you from the beautiful historical atlas of Hasidism published by Princeton Press, the spread of Hasidism from Mezrich, from western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best-known Hasidic groups today, to look at some famous Ukrainian Hasidim, is the Breslov movement, for example, which has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Uman in Ukraine. Here you can have a look at where exactly Uman is. The Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, came originally from Medjibozh, and he was active, of course, in Bratslav. That's where he gets named Nachman of Breslov. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Uman, largely because of the many graves of Jews who were victims of the Haidamach massacres of 1768. Another very important Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself does not originate in Ukraine proper, the seventh Rebbe was born in Dnipro, then known as Yekaterinoslav, later known as Dnipropetrovsk. Now, what happens next in the overall development of the Jewish population there is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over the massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Halychina or Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called Pale of Settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under the Russian Tsars from Catherine II onwards. And during this period of time, the 18th century and the 19th century, you have a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture in all kinds of areas. Great writers like Sholem Aleichem, who pioneered Yiddish, and who was, of course, the author of the very successful later Broadway play and movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Dick Babo, a great Russian stylist who wrote Red Cavalry and many other amazing works. And in Hebrew, Chaim Nachman Bialik, among so many others, who was really the poet laureate of the Jewish people for much of the early 20th century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, just incredible. Yossele Rosenblatt, a cantor who's whose Nigunim are absolutely world famous. In science, you have Jews like Valdemar Hafkin, who was the man who developed a vaccine for cholera and for bubonic plague. He's a national hero in India. Here's a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because of the tremendous things he did for public health in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev. Here is actually a plaque that is posted in her honor at her birthplace in Kiev. She went on, of course, to be the Prime Minister of Israel. So we could go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done fantastic things, who were either born in Ukraine or who are descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind and hope that the people of Ukraine are spared the suffering that they're currently enduring as soon as possible. Thank you very much for watching this brief video.
Yeah, it's my cross to my journey. It's right, Marcus. It starts turning into this. It's a hard deal, but yeah, I mean, when I get something in my hand, I fucking throw it. Trying to You got a good form. Thank you. Yeah, I used to be a pitcher. Yeah, his dad was a pitcher for Georgia Tech. Wow. Casey's dad was also a left-handed pitcher. Yeah, Illinois State. Who's your best friend? It's oh my gosh.
I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and
hairless dogs are sometimes a rare breed, but it turns out it's a full-grown baby. You made that thing? It looks kind of like you, Marcus. What is it, a boy or a girl? It's a boy. His name is Stone. Hi, Stone. Love it. Rock. It's away. Oh my gosh, sweet little Stone. Hello, little friend. Romancing the Stone. That's a classic.
One of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately it doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top...
Clearly, just, I mean, it was 50-50. We didn't know what was going to happen. We thought maybe, like we said, we thought we were going to get a dog, but we ended up with a little Stone. He was just so sweet. That's very nice. I love it. That is a cigar, kind of a big cigar guy now. It's weird. I'm not really enjoying it.
10 of popularity, my handful of videos.
Holy shit. Yeah. Well, we're moving soon. We got to get a new job, and I have to be in a cup for them. And I think if there was some weed in there, they'd give them this. Yeah, you got to do something else. For sure. Have a stogie, man. Light one up for young Stone. It's a beautiful baby.
The Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kyiv, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, you can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenaz as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe, the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamper of Hebrew University. A great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the process. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Jinns and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. The professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkish origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all 3 language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French, types of cultural stations that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and they most of them just appeared in the last 2 years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Iraqi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. In other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that shows more about Jewish males and Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origins, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then they're responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous variety of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and it does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route does not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa. It's not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines in the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see this in so many ways. So you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about intelligence? Okay, thank you very much for watching.
It's funny, I don't know what songs I went to Thailand for a holiday, and there was a certain song. But they don't know any of the songs, like the song Cranberries, but they don't know the words, so they're like, Wait, what is zombie? I'm stupid. What is zombie?
Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the
What is this
origins
garbage?
of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight.
You start running, you're getting all sad.
Straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region,
Sunday, Bloody Sunday. Basically,
possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, it's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual, and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths, and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. And as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of Khazari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari chosen as a subject for Yehuda Halevi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about Syria. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Halevi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which, while he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from some who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or contact with Khazarians in different places and report however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen on hard times, and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "we read it." Fascinating. There was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kievan Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Piet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chasdai ibn Shakrut with King Joseph, actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazar at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. Right? That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. Oh, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, well, we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that, all that means. So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did come to Judaism, and something happened there with regard to conversion, why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai and Shapur, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it has to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, or then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Patmar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This is really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? Not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia. Was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chinyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps, contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and Rus destroyed for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations, like in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews, perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering the expression, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for just reasons that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity and of saying, we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? As we've discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halakhic application of who is a Jew, halakhic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis, and for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenaz claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching.
I had a horrible nightmare. I was telling Casey out front, but I had this horrible nightmare last night where all of my bottom teeth came out. But it's like slowly, and I was like, I swear I was somewhere down in Mississippi or something at like some gift shop with my friend Rabbi, who we used to do comedy together. He was wonderful. He was real big on Vine. We got to be buddies in LA. He was a funny comic, but he was hilarious on Vine. Yes. Yeah, we got to be buddies in LA, and he was in the Dream. I was thinking about him because I was talking to Red Band the other day, and I was asking about why Dune came up, and I guess he's a lawyer now. I think he stopped doing comedy and he went to law school, and he's a lawyer. Good for him.
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk.
It was a horrible nightmare. It really scared me. Yeah, it could be the things I put in my mouth. I don't know. It's probably it's a thing. It's a dream of things to come.
Through the major migration patterns of Jewish history, right up until.
You like him? I hate every guy that chicks like
the end of the first half of the 20th century, and of course there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they lived. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel, and then of course there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt, and then later on when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what will be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of that. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. Actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure I have a good sense of what there be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the first century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the first century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jew settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If you go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, kind of like a vacuum effect, where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically crossed the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows. That's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the West driving them towards the East, but also the economic draw bringing them into Eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identity. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early and modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East, the Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russia where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlaps much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America. And then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they've heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924 and 1928. About 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1988, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if you look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the U.S. and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. Thanks for watching.
If you sell basements, you can't do it. That's my voice. That's my voice. Well, see, that sounds like a pretty nice voice right there, though. So I think you need to give yourself a little more credit. Okay. I mean, that sounded nice. Is there something else you could sing first? I mean, what's you look like him? I know, yeah, kids used to make fun of him. I'll stop. You don't really. You don't look like that. Tell me a song.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also important because it was part of the Russian Pale settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which is the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Klet, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that, where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming language of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Lin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to university, or perhaps there will be, certain.
Are you ready to play?
Tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, So they'll be able to go to the police. Police will investigate, and if they catch it, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence, any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, did not put a stop to it, that's when there's
you can tell me about it. You have an invitation
from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews
Why did you sell your
making the money because
so you bought one, then you sold it, then you bought it back, now you sold it again?
Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland.
Okay.
They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, provenatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You are part of the Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments sometimes, things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, extending to them a series of guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the Roman period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of Western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Land, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that had all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal and distributing it to individuals as needed, and set up everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first with regards administering many social functions themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and consider themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. For the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
And they consistently try to prove them wrong, and say there's scientific reason for it. I don't think there is scientific reason for it.
Okay, John.
So, like, the ultimate scientific reason for any of these metaphysical happenings or any of these afterlife incidents or even alien stuff, it could be quantum mechanics if you want to put it as a scientific reason, right? But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think everyone, they're putting everyone on this stuff right now, by be well informed, learn stuff.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in some kind of, I'm not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Orthodoxy, opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time. And they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call Right Bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately find themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, The most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arrend is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards and the forests and all kinds of things. They would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let's not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged in many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the back of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propin. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. Also, the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Bohdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shop holders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachvatat, Gzeras Tachvatat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachvatat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeben Metsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably related in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of these studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars, Shaul Stampfer in particular, have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Glickl of Hammon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with difficulty between the Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. And one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 hryvnia note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously point to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you would like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and just to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, but if she only had that Laura Croft,
She can make it out of the country.
live in a villa, and no private jets. Casablanca. So you visited it and it was really sad. Yeah, I went like room to room and it was just this weird. Like I thought this is everybody's like playing pillow fighting but it wasn't. It was just dark and super like it was like super no feng shui. It was just one room, you just open, this is sort of light, and just walk up in front of the camera. Yeah, it's so good. Thanks for your service. Thank you for your service.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to...
You will also tell me that sometimes they get the credit card details of some of the customers and they just scam. And that's always good to
begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography on Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbateanistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, so not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to try to transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dinor, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1470. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew. with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites psalms, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often, given those positions because they actually buy them from the noblemen. This is part of the last decaying elements of Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who is known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rothman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little bit in the next lecture. Okay, thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
Erica has found these, I think on Amazon and AliExpress, these wonderful things where the sun shines through the window and the sun catcher.
I have like 13 so much.
We got a bunch of sun
And 2
catchers.
crystal balls. 2 disco balls.
Like, what's it look like, a triangle or
Just like little strings of
dangly things?
crystally fake plastic kind of things, but they're so cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're real dangly. So if the wind's blowing, gosh, I kept on thinking recently that my downstairs neighbor was watching, freaking, what is the show? What's the show where they try to guess the words? Jeopardy? No, they try to guess the words. Really help me on this one. Maybe you can maybe. It's that game show. Censored version of Boys and Girls. No, it's a game show where they try to guess
Who's the host?
society.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves, but what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But a nice 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. And, Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis. They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they are in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dworzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to super attach the text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life, and this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right? So he says, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page. And, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent, that in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticize this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refuse to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism, in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and the Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group, and let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
I guess it's just your normal eyes, not video camera. But if you had these glasses on and you went to those trash people,
That would be so funny.
actually start a fight. Just start swinging. I don't swear to God, I don't think they were.
It's valet trash. It's a nice building, but they don't offer valet trash. That's like when you're talking about you work for our building.
When I felt worked up a little when I grabbed that little bag of trash that I created to create the encounter. I was getting kind of worked up a little bit. But that's why I had to say something. That's why I had
Hello
to
and welcome
say
to another episode of Jewish
History.
History.
A couple fucking days, I was fucking ready. But I was getting my little trash together to fucking throw out there. You got fake trash together just to go out there? Yeah, but the confrontation, I had to be quick because they're dumping bags out of the bag.
So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Rothschild, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. This notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight is something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the Ages that one should accept truth whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility in secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French, to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the high levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court, the Maggid of Mezerich, and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular creed stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a sacrilege to leave a body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible. If there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely, maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get a place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, you know. And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Haine the Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have the children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern, was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, was a heavy lean towards assimilation. Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, adding Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they simply never returned to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. In reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had to be. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzreifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Nagel, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent studies. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzreifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
Like Grant types that in, like scary baby eating spaghetti. There's just the supercomputer somewhere, and it's thinking to itself, okay, and then it just is able to make these images. Yeah, it's TI-81's bunch of, oh god, calculator. Yeah, but there's like 40 of them all hooked up into one. Jesus Christ! I remember playing games on that. Yeah. I used to put there was a way to put something in the memory. You just put all the answers. It was like some kind of weird thing that does the teachers not know that you could just save notes to a weird calculator? Guys, I remember there was a point in time in Tennessee where there were a couple of tests where I would write everything down really tiny, and then I'd put the thing. I shouldn't be writing Avery cheating right now, but I'd put it in my pocket under your shorts and I'd put it right there and I'd be able to look down it. Yeah. I used to be such a rush, just cheating on fucking tests that I don't give a shit about. Talk about a rush. Yeah, I used to do the fully paper in my watch band, just like a fortune cookie, and just put it back in my watch. Get under a water bottle too, put it beneath the label. We didn't drink water back then, right? Yeah, water's a new thing. Remember when water bottles came out? Everyone's like, what? I'm going to pay for water. When is this? See, I honestly don't necessarily remember that. When would you say that? 1996, I would say. Grant, did you get those photos for Casey and his ghost babies a week? You send them to me? You want to pop those up for me?
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire. This is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that's actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in these post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east, because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. In February, we had that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. Oh, it's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough boats, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against the enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement, the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarich Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap. And he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom. And you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils. And these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets, factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top, as whose reference here, Zinoviev, is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had listened his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's going to talk about now. Thank you very much for that.
Rent it out and there's nobody in the Olive Garden. I think that would be fun. No, what I would do is try to find a Olive Garden like down that's still, just an empty building and just rent that from the people that are trying to rent it. I'm sure they don't.
Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, though, have a look at this page here, which shows you remarkable artifacts of that unusual era. This is a 100 Kalbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Stov Kalbovanets in Ukrainian, right? Of course, an official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, 100 Kalbovanets, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the former Soviet Union. Eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Duchy Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian, whatever you like. What I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and that, of course, is the Jewish and the Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for an opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-wing, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable, but there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with a larger population, it tended to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of a society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the track, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up allying themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant power to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable...
I'm well. I mean, it's like 4:27 or 4:37 in the morning here, so it's still early. I have a friend of mine from Australia, and he and I play video games. Not video games, but like we play chess, and checkers, and mini golf and darts, all kinds of mini games against each other. And so he keeps me up, and that kind of reversed my hours. So far, so good. Streaming like it's the coolest thing in the world, because it is. How about you?
Yeah, not bad, man. Yeah, I'm feeling unfortunately, maybe getting a little sick. I'm not sure.
Oh, you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
That's right, yeah.
There you go, big dog. What's doing your neck of the woods?
Not much. I was just, honestly, not that much. I had a day off, so I was looking up obscure sort of Jewish rabbis and stuff. You know, videos with less than 300 views on YouTube.
Very well. How'd that go?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I just found out a new term today, which I've never known before, which is, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Sadikim Nistarim. I think it's meant to be 36 people, you know, in who sort of fought the world and in some way in each generation. It's interesting, you know.
Most
But I
certainly.
didn't know much about it.
Yeah. So, what made you so interested in this topic?
I saw it on Bernie's Twitter.
No, I know that's how you found out about me. Oh, did he post something else?
About this term as well.
Oh, very well. Oh, very cool. And do you ever go on Twitter Spaces?
No. Well, I have been before. Yeah.
And how did that go?
Like, I wasn't actually talking on Twitter Spaces. I was just
Just listening.
like listening to other people.
Very well. What are your favorite topics?
Look, I mean, that's a really good question. We couldn't actually tell you. Like, insofar as I wouldn't actually know. I jumped onto Discord because I thought, I remember having a chat with you the other night. I thought I might flick through the sort of your sort of general list of things that you talk about, you know, because there was some interesting stuff, but I didn't mean to actually connect, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it's cool, whatever, it happened.
That's okay. Go do your thing. If you just want to check out the server, feel free.
That's all good. So, yeah, how's your, I suppose it's 4 a.m. in the morning. You going to sleep, or
Yeah, I'll go to
are you
sleep.
going to stay up all night?
I'll be up all night, but I'll go to sleep in a little bit. I've just been programming robots and just getting people to notice what I do and to tweet about me or to blue sky about me. And that's always cool, especially when like I'm just sitting here and the robots are doing their thing, and basically it causes people from around the world to either promote what I've done or tweet about it in one way or another, just some other type of support. So that's cool. I'm always about that. And I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, just enjoying life.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. What are your plans for this weekend?
Oh man. Going to see my mum who's a bit sick. Has a few issues with her back and stuff, so she needs someone to be there on the weekend when her care is not there. So
Okay.
that's what I'm doing this weekend.
Very well. And so you're like somewhat of a caretaker to her when you need to be?
Yeah, I mean she's getting much better now, so it's like in many ways I kind of in many ways I don't need to, you know. But yeah, I'm in a routine now. It's winter in Australia, so frankly there's there's not exactly a great deal to do anyway. So
Word.
what about you? What are you doing this weekend?
Oh, I may go on a walk each day just to get outside. Weather's been nice and it's nice and warm. I probably nothing too major. Maybe do some laundry, do some shopping online, and get groceries and stuff. Um, that's really what I've got on agenda. Nothing too exciting, but then again, it is a little different. And um, I have some friends of mine who returned from uh, some personal issues or so, and they're from India, and they come in and we play just about every single day. So I've been playing a lot of games with people, frankly. Um, every person who comes in, if we play games together, they're like, "Oh, you want to play? Yeah, we'll play." And so I've got a friend of mine who every night she comes in before she goes to bed, and she and I play. I've got a friend in Canada. He and I just picked up a new game. It's known as Carom. If you've ever heard of it, it's basically like shuffleboard. It's like a Middle Eastern game. Another game that we've been playing. It's the oldest. I play this with my friend from Australia. It's the oldest. How do I want to say this? The oldest board game family of games in the world. It's known as Mancala. Have you ever heard of this?
No. Well, keep going.
It was played in Egypt, like under the Egyptian civilization, and it's played in Africa and the Middle East, and hasn't gotten too popular in Western society until recently. So it is something that we've been playing. We've just kind of been playing like more obscure games, just to learn more about them, and they're fun. And and then we play.
Have you ever heard of the role game of before?
You are. I know the city, but no, tell me about it.
I mean, something that I've never played. I've only read about it. It could be. It might be. I'm not sure about this actually. It's an extremely old game, like 2500 BC or something. But it was from Mesopotamia, city of the board and the editor was found in the city of so British Museum sort of managed to translate the rules and so on and so forth. It's a very, very ancient game. It's very good. It's called You Are role game of.
It's got a Wikipedia. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to play this probably a little later today.
It's very I find personally that whole region and sort of era is quite fascinating. I'm quite obsessed with it.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite interesting that we sometimes have people who are living their normal lives, not recognizing that there's an entire archived civilization beneath their feet until someday someone starts digging a well or starts farming or does something and uncovers an entire civilization we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, 100%. Well, anyway, let's get going. I have many more questions, so we'll pop back. That's
Please
why
do.
I came to. What I was looking at is your list of emerging technology topics, which I was reading the other night, but I wanted to sort of refamiliarize myself on. So maybe next time we'll talk about that.
Sounds great. You pick a few of them and we'll talk at length. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Peace, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Remarkable, effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews, and it was extremely important because the Jews were, a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magwachi, who is one of the, great world experts of Ukrainian history, and you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the constitute more than 50% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. It would explode into a bloody period of civil war. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document in the archives, typical of hundreds right here, and it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a line, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. Right? It gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology. It is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks. There were a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from rich Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimates of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, The Pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. And it's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal work. At any rate, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, and specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petlura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petlura was a former journalist who early on in his career had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnation of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens to Jews who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many, many locations are actually pogromized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth. Some of them, literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they'd never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petyura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petyura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petyura?" And Petyura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense, claim that Schwarzbard was out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petyura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petyura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petyura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petyura as, let's say, an architect of the pogroms, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster, ultimately end up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility in the pogroms. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching.
So much, we've all shared so much, we've been to events together. But I also want to say, when a housewife leaves a show, what do they always say, honey?
Great things coming.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
That's the big thing. We always hear stay tuned, and then nothing ever happens. So I do want to say, I am very sad that my time here at Podcast One is over, and we've really had a beautiful decade together, truly. I am not ending my podcasting journey here.
Very impressive. Yeah, look at us now, dude. BTS are built. BTS is one of the owners of the studio. Stockholders. They're feeding you into this information that all podcasters, all content creators can get a relief deal if they sign up with Podcast One. They're going to give you stock, which is worthless, by the way.
That money Billboard confirmed was borrowed to pay UFC fighter turned podcaster Brendan Schaub, what he was owned by Cast Media, the Los Angeles-based podcast company launched in 2016 by founder and CEO Colin Thompson. Billboard had the details here. Records obtained by Billboard show that in early August, Live won borrowed $1.7 million from Cap Chase.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this new legalistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEPT, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step forward to later takes 2 steps forward. And the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially these years of war, which the call immediately followed after World War One, right? World War One just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin. Those who focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first